Kamusta? Ako si Darren Espanto, batang Pilipino, batang ASEAN. Halika at alamin natin kung paano nagsimula ang Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Ang ASEAN ay nabuo mula sa ASEAN Declaration na naglalaman ng mga layunin at kahalagahan ng ating samahan. Pinirmahan ito ng 5 foreign minister mula sa 5 bansa sa Southeast Asia na sina Adam Malik ng Indonesia, Narciso Ramos ng Pilipinas, Tun Abdul Razak ng Malaysia, S. Rajaratnam ng Singapore, at Tanat Koman ng Thailand. Noong January 7, 1984, naging miyembro ng ASEAN ang Brunei Darussalam na sinundan ng Vietnam noong July 28, 1995, Lao PDR at Myanmar noong July 23, 1997, at ang huli ay ang Cambodia noong April 30, 1999. Ito ang bumubuo sa tinatawag na 10 member states of ASEAN. 10 bansa, iisang hangarin. Ang pagtibayin ng ating samahan sa ASEAN bilang isang pamilyang nagtutulungan at nagmamahalan. Kaya, think ASEAN, feel ASEAN. Kamusta? Ako si Darren Espanto, batang Pilipino, batang ASEAN. Bilang kabataang Pilipino, kasama tayo sa mas malaking samahan ng Association of Southeast Asian Nations o ASEAN. Isang community of nations na unang pinangarap sa ASEAN Declaration noong 1967 at nabuo noong 2015. At bilang isang komunidad, tayo ay may iisang pangarap para sa kinabukasan, ang ASEAN Community Vision 2025. Ito ang susundin natin sa pagbuo ng isang rules-based, people-oriented, at people-centered ASEAN community. Kasama dito ang mga blueprint para palakasin ang 3 pillar ng ASEAN. At siyang magiging gabay natin para sa isang maunlad, masaya, at payapang rehiyon. Kaya laging tandaan, think ASEAN, feel ASEAN. Kamusta? Ako si Darren Espanto, batang Pilipino, batang ASEAN. Alam niyo ba na ang ASEAN community ay parang isang bahay? Sinusuportahan ito ng 3 haligi na kung tawagin ay ASEAN Pillars. Ang unang pillar ay ang ASEAN Political Security Community. Sinisiguro nito na tayong mga batang ASEAN ay namumuhay sa isang komunidad na mapayapa. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit nabuo ang mga ASEAN Agreements at Declarations na nagpapanatili ng kaayusan sa ating rehiyon at magandang relasyon nating mga ASEAN citizen. Dahil dito, naproproteksyonan ng ating mga karapatan at teritoryo. Naiintindihan natin ang halaga ng mapayapang ugnayan para maiwasan ang mga alitan. Nakasisiguro tayo na ang bawat isa ay nabubuhay ng masaya at malaya. Dahil ang ASEAN ay ating tahanan, mahalin natin to at alagaan. Kaya, think ASEAN, feel ASEAN. Kamusta? Ako si Darren Espanto, batang Pilipino, batang ASEAN. Alam niyo ba na ang ASEAN community ay parang isang bahay? Sinusuportahan ito ng 3 haligi na kung tawagin ay ASEAN Pillars. Ang ikalawang pillar ay ang ASEAN Economic Community. Layunin nitong mapaganda ang ekonomiya ng buong ASEAN region sa pagpapakilala dito bilang isang magandang lokasyon para sa kalakalan at negosyo. Magbubukas ito ng mga oportunidad at trabaho para sa mga mamamayan at malaya tayong makakabisita sa 10 member states ng ASEAN. Gaganda ang turismo at aangat ang buhay ng bawat tao. Maginhawa at mas maayos na buhay. Yan ang gusto ng ASEAN para sa ating lahat. Kaya, think ASEAN, feel ASEAN. Kamusta? Ako si Darren Espanto, Batang Pilipino, Batang ASEAN. Alam niyo ba na ang ASEAN community ay parang isang bahay? Sinusuportahan ito ng tatlong haligi na kung tawagin ay ASEAN Pillars. Ang ikatlong pillar ay ang ASEAN Social Cultural Community. Layunin nitong ipakilala ang ASEAN bilang isang rehiyon na nakasentro sa mga mamamayan at para malaman natin na kahit tayo ay may pagkakaiba, tayo pa rin ay iisa. Gaya ng ating pagtulong sa oras ng sakuna, ang pagmamahal natin sa ating pamilya at paggalang sa nakatatanda, ang mga pista at mga pagdiriwang, pagkahilig natin sa sining, sports, musika at iba pa. Ilan lamang yan sa ating mga pagkakatulad na nagbubuklod sa atin bilang isang pamilyang ASEAN. Kaya, think ASEAN, feel ASEAN. Kamusta? Ako si Darren Espanto, Batang Pilipino, Batang ASEAN. Bilang kabataan, alam mo ba na alaga ng ASEAN ang iyong mga karapatan? Sa ilalim ng ASEAN Commission on the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Women and Children, nagsisikap ang ASEAN na mabigyan tayo ng proteksyon laban sa pang-aabuso, panganib at karahasan. Makapag-aral, mag-enjoy sa pagkabata, at mangarap. Mabuhay ng payapa, magkaroon ng sapat na pagkain at masiglang katawan, makapagpahayag ng sariling opinyon at makisali sa mga usaping ASEAN. Dahil tayong kinabukasan, walang kapantay na pagpapahalaga ang binibigay ng ASEAN sa ating mga kabataan. Kaya laging tandaan, think ASEAN, feel ASEAN. Kumusta? Ako si Darren Espanto, Batang Pilipino, Batang ASEAN. Parang mga miyembro ng iisang pamilya kung saan may kani-kanyang katangian ang bawat isa. Tayong mga ASEAN citizen ay iba-iba. Pero lahat tayo ay nagkakaisa sa pagbuo ng isang komunidad na makatao at mapagkalinga. May respeto at pangunawa sa kani-kanyang kultura. Nagpapahalaga sa sipag at talino ng bawat isa at nagtutulungan sa oras ng pangangailangan. Yan ang ASEAN mindset, ang diwa ng samahan ng isang caring at sharing na ASEAN community. Kaya laging tandaan, think ASEAN, feel ASEAN.
Sobre la base de 5 décadas de desarrollo, la Asociación de Naciones del Sudeste Asiático, ASEAN, se está esforzando por construir una comunidad de paz, prosperidad y sostenibilidad. Como miembro activo y responsable de la ASEAN, Vietnam ha contribuido de manera proactiva a los esfuerzos compartidos de la comunidad. El 1 de enero de 2020, Vietnam ha asumido la presidencia de la ASEAN, la presidencia de la 41 Asamblea General de la Alianza Interparlamentaria de la ASEAN, AIPA. En esta capacidad, Vietnam contribuirá a la promoción de los intereses comunes de la ASEAN y al fortalecimiento de la cohesión entre los Estados miembros. En consecuencia, Vietnam prioriza el trabajo en estrecha coordinación con otros Estados miembros para promover el papel de la ASEAN en el mantenimiento de la paz, la seguridad y la estabilidad regional, promover la conexión regional e integración regional, mejorar la capacidad de respuesta de la ASEAN y aprovechar las oportunidades de la cuarta revolución industrial, elevar la consecuencia comunitaria e identidad de la ASEAN, promover asociaciones para la paz y el desarrollo sostenible, promover el papel y las contribuciones de la ASEAN a la comunidad global y fomentar la capacidad de respuesta y efectividad de la ASEAN. Como presidente de la ASEAN en 2020, Vietnam liderará la cooperación de la ASEAN, organizará y presidirá más de 300 reuniones y eventos. Vietnam está listo para la presidencia de la ASEAN. Las reuniones y actividades a lo largo de nuestra presidencia se organizarán en varias localidades de Vietnam, con el fin de promover una imagen de un pintoresco Vietnam y su gente hospitalaria. Bienvenido a Vietnam. ASEAN, cohesión y adaptación. Pensar en comunidad, actuar en comunidad.
Hi, kumusta? Ako po si Pearl Vivero, gurong Filipino, gurong ASEAN. You know, Hi, kumusta? Ako po si Pearl Vivero, gurong Filipino, gurong ASEAN. Nakaka-good vibes lang kasi si Darren Espanto at the video every time we have this session on virtual contests. Good morning to us all on Zoom, as well as to you all on YouTube and FB Live. This is Pearl Vivero of Leyte Normal University, Assistant Secretary of PAFTI 8, hosting the event today. We at the joint CHED 8 and PAFTI 8 Organizing Committee would like to convey a glad lazy Saturday, supposed to be, to everyone here who woke up quite early. Yes, it's rather an early rise for this ASEAN Region 8 activity. DGIS, thanks God it's Saturday, to our ASEAN brothers and sisters at the ASEAN Secretariat who may be watching, the great people of the Department of Foreign Affairs, our counterparts at the CHED Central Office, university officials who may be around to support their contestants, our Region 8 CHED Director, Dr. George M. Colorado, along with the strong team of the Regional Office number 8. Fellow PAFTE Region 8 officers headed by our Regional Chair, Dr. Marife N. Daga, and the contestants along with their coaches. As ASEAN 8 community, today's event is our way to connect to this year's celebration of ASEAN 2020. To start things right, we shall implore for blessings from the Almighty as we pause and be reflective on this prayer. Then what will rightly follow is the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Power and majesty, praise to the King. sing. Power and majesty, praise to the King. The mountains bow down and the seas will roar at the sound of your name. I sing for joy at the work of your hand. Forever I'll love you, forever I'll stand. Nothing compares to the promise I have in you. Shout to the Lord, all the earth, let us sing. Power and majesty, praise to the King. Mountains bow down and the seas roar at the sound of your name. I sing for joy at the work of your hand. Forever I'll love you, forever I'll stand. Nothing compares to the promise I have in you.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again. We're glad to see everyone again on screen on their business or corporate outfits. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a formal and business-like Saturday as well. And because it's business as usual, we would like to see on chat space your formal greetings to everyone in Filipino. Go ahead, please write at the chat box your greeting in Filipino. Tingnan natin kung sino ang pinakamagalang. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Is there anyone typing on the chat box? All right, I guess our participants are yet, lazy as Saturday. All right, but anyway, thank you very much for being here. Salamat sa inyong pagiging mapitagan at maginoo. What about a formal good morning greeting in Vietnamese? Anyone? Vietnamese. You can ask Google beside you, how is it to say good morning in Vietnamese? Wala pa rin. The Vietnamese would say cowboy song. Okay. And then what about good morning in Malaysian, in the Malaysian way? Parang wala talaga. Okay. Anyway, Malaysians would say selamat pagi. Okay. So those are our way of, connecting to our ASEAN brothers and sisters. All right. Thank you for the benevolence of, just being with me, even without the connection of words. I know you are with me in spirit. Okay. All right. Um, Participation with prizes will be at the closing ceremony. We had prizes in the previous session, but we're reserving all the prizes in the awards ceremony. You've got to prepare enough. And as I heard, there is going to be a parade of ASEAN costume by then. Maybe it's being planned. So keep yourselves posted for updates. All right, to proceed, and as may be very relative to the video we have watched earlier and anchored on the theme cohesive and responsive ASEAN, allow me to extract word citing points from the keynote speech of His Excellency Mr. Nguyen Xuan Phuc, Vietnam Prime Minister, on January 6, 2020, Hanoi time, and I quote, "As the ASEAN 2020 chair, Vietnam commits to build on the achievements and efforts of the previous ASEAN chairs and work with fellow members in identifying future directions for the ASEAN community until 2025 and beyond." And as a paraphrase on other aspects of the message, every ASEAN citizen is urged to make every effort to contribute to the common works of ASEAN from the smallest of acts. So together we think community, act community, and share the community values. And as a final quote, there are no ties more enduring than those with hearts connected. Okay, so thank you very much. The virtual contests today are still of the two categories. The first one will be the spoken word poetry in English. It is a showcase of artistic expressions through words as hinged on the theme of ASEAN 2020, cohesive and responsive ASEAN. And the second is the junior faculty teaching pageant, healthy competition on the TEI faculty skills in navigating and managing the remote classroom, a learning environment which is the option of the prevailing circumstances and in which lessons circle on the subject Araling Panlipunan. For our contest guidelines, we give them to you on this video. Thank you very much, Professor Estolano, our PACTI 8 Assistant Treasurer, for producing our set of guidelines. Now, to introduce our Board of Judges for the Spoken Word Poetry Contest is our PAFTE Regional Chair. Join me in welcoming Dr. Marife Licart Daga.
National officials of CHED, headed by Dr. Jose Prospero de Vera III, CHED RO8 Director, Dr. George M. Colorado, other CHED officials, ASEAN Secretariat, heads of HGIs regionate, PAFTI officers and members, Board of Judges, coaches, and participants, a pleasant morning. In today's competitions, we have two sets of judges, one for the English spoken word poetry and another for the junior faculty teaching pageant. For the English spoken word poetry, our first judge is a cultural performer, literature teacher, and advisor of theater organizations. She holds a BCom degree from UP Visayas Tacloban City and a PhD in English with concentration in literature from USJR. She is a trainer and coach in local and national literary competitions. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Maria Jenny C. Advincula. Our second judge for the same contest is an educator, a journalist, a composer, a poet, an essayist, a painter, a cartoonist, and a fictionist. As a student, he received prestigious honors and awards such as valedictorian, cum laude, 10 Outstanding Graduate Award, and 10 Outstanding Students of the Philippines national finalists. He took up BS Education major in English and Master of Arts in Literature and Doctor of Arts in Literature and Communication. As a tri-media practitioner, he first joined Summer College, then the Leighton Normal University, where he taught as college and graduate professor. His writings have been published in various publications worldwide, and he is multi-awarded as an artist. Let us welcome Dr. Dominador Doms Pagliawan. The chair of the Board of Judges for this competition is a Professor Emeritus of the University of the Philippines, Visayas. She is indefatigable even after retirement from service as a professor in UP Visayas Tacloban College. She continues to grace cultural events, conducts seminars, and reads poetry to young and old audiences in whatever season of her life. She received numerous awards, to name some: National Book Award 2017 for Anthology in Waray from the National Book Development Board and Manila Critics Circle. 2016 National Book Award for Translation for Sa Atong Dila. UP Visayas Chancellor's Award for Creative Work, Centennial Medallion for the publication of Amina. She has significantly contributed to the growth of Philippine literature with her involvement in creative writing workshops, particularly in the Visayas and Mindanao. We are proud to present to you Professor Merly M. Alunan. Thank you and good luck to all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daga. So I guess we are set to begin. We will start with the spoken word poetry contest as mentioned, and we shall now begin calling our contestant number 1. Okay, our contestant number 1, I guess, is now ready. We present to you Dennis Ted Tinkoy of Southern Leyte State University, Tomas Opus. His coach is her coach is Professor Sybil Crisia G. Ledesma.
They say you could make a change, that you could make the instability to stability, antagonism to cooperation, poverty to prosperity. They say you can make a change, that you could rise from rock bottom, find the light from where you are, and take away the gloom. They say you could make a change, surf over the storm and catch from the horizons all the journeys you could take on. They say you could make a change. What if it could be the change? The world knelt before our eyes, and we saw how we bled as our own nation crawled and sought survival in the sand. We saw brown empty seas overrise from the blue waters as dry ground replaced gardens of abundance. We saw how the elders carried the burdens of staying home with 12 mouths to feed. We heard how children cried on their parents' love, their imagination filled with happiness, with hearts graced with dawn. We saw how our countrymen stopped dreaming. It would hurt more that some of them haven't even started yet. We saw a mass graveyard in the making, and no amount of consolation can ease the pain of our motherland outlived by her children. No. We saw the Philippines fall, and we haven't gotten back up yet. But we know we will, because there is one strong union that would not let us stay down. Life under a provincial sun does not need grander neon lights. Those who could not compare to the view of the leaves as they give life to the trees as it does to us humans, and have always wished to see autumn foliage become of bamboo tree, which are now underground. My neighbors had nothing to eat. They made food out of bamboo tree. The Southeast Asian nation is a leaf of bamboo trees. It helped Philippines survive when hope was fleeting, when Filipino stomachs were empty, and when Filipino sun was certain it would never rise loosely again. The support and the connectivity it gave reminded the nation that it once stood on a pedestal. Let us see again how vivid the past was with the political wit, economical sustainability, and cultural girth. The ASEAN brought aid and connected one ASEAN heart to another. Brunei, Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, and Malaysia, Myanmar, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, all united by a common goal: serve the people, not the profit. The pandemic brought us apart. But distance is only feared by the insincere. Whatever was real and virtuous, it strengthens. The ASEAN gives me strength to dream again because of support system like this. What country could crumble? Whose child could dare to be hopeful again? The ASEAN makes me a humble adolescent with nothing else to give but serve as wonder. What if I am the light and the way that we needed to see in darkest times, the answers to the questions in every Filipino mind? What if all this time I could be the force that pull us from despair of nothingness? What if I am the strength of the weak, the army of the defeated, the resilience of the helpless? The Philippines, the ASEAN, we share the same lines of DNA and agency differences now. I see bridges. A graveyard and a garden are two different worlds, but underneath they're built on the same land. The only difference is what we used them for. Do we bury the broken or revive them to let them bloom again? They say you can make a change. What if you could be the change? And I'm just here standing, asking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dennis Ted Tinkoy of Southern Leyte State University, Tomas Opus. We move on to the second contestant. She is from Samar State University main campus. We give the floor to Ms. Gwen O. Cabanyang. She is under the coaching of Professor May Seychelle P. Montaliana.
Security blanket. No? Security blanket. Tick tock, tick tock. I glance at the clock. It's midnight. But this paper's full of words I have yet to write. I should be writing about the ASEAN. Tick tock, tick tock. I look up, and oh my, it's almost morning. I can hear footsteps outside, murmurs, and scuffling of people already up and about. Piercing shouts of the taho vendor. Taho! Yet still, all I have is this blank slate of paper staring back at me. I close my eyes, heavy with sleep. The smell of delicious eggs frying and the scent of coffee fill my nostrils. Inspiration visits me as my memories take me back to my hometown. I come from this tiny barrio in the rurals of Eastern Samar. In my own nook and cranny are my people. You see, I was born and raised here. These sights and sounds are part of me. Mang Tonyo's makeshift bakery selling his pandesal. Tia Juaning's kakanin, which he peddles all around their barrio. Mang Jose and Kaloy with their drinking sessions of tuba. These are my people. We have each other's back. I recall when I was suddenly drafted to babysit Aling Asen's baby due to an emergency. Or when my brother and I had to knock at Aling Saling's house to ask for food when our parents couldn't come home. Or when we had to wake up Mang Jess from deep slumber when we needed his motorcycle to bring Nanay to the hospital. These are no ordinary people. They are family. A family who always got my back. A family who I know will be there in happy and dire times. These are my people. They are my security blanket. In a way, the ASEAN is our country's security blanket. These are our country's people. Indonesia could be Aling Saling, who readily offer her food to share. Malaysia could be Mang Jess, who sprung into action when needed. Singapore may be Aling Asun, who had to rely to others for help. Thailand, Vietnam, Brunei, Laos, Myanmar, Cambodia. These countries can be any of them. In a way, this part of the world is the Philippines' nook and cranny. This part of the world where we got each other's back. Where sharing is caring, where vision, identity, and community is one. Now, it doesn't really matter what the curveballs may come. A typhoon, a famine, political unrest, or even pandemic. None of those worry me anymore. Because I got my people. My security blanket will keep me safe. Whatever language we speak, whatever skin color we have, we look at the same stars. We are under the same sky. We are family. Mabuhay ASEAN, my security blanket.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gwen O. Cabanyang of Samar State University main campus. Okay, Everything is running just fine. We move to contestant number 3 from Eastern Samar State University main campus under the coaching and instruction of Professor Virgilio P. Rapada Jr. We now give the floor to Mr. Giancarlo Del Monte.
Yesterday, it was calm as the sea. Everything is normal anywhere you see. People are living blessed and happy. No problems to think each and every day. Learning is done in a normal way. I go to school early every day, acquiring a new knowledge each day from the teachers in a natural way. Then suddenly, something has come, and we cannot predict when will it begun. The virus that kicked out the throne of the normal living of every person. And now, the world is crying. Nations are whimpering. The people are praying. Stop this pandemic, they are asking. Everything has changed because of this crisis. It is just like a heart broken into pieces, looking for some remedies that could heal us one of these days, for a brighter future can easily be traced. New normal, as they call it. Such a difficult normalcy to think about it. Does our future generation deserve to have it? Your choice. You can take the move or you can just claim it. Economy is deteriorating. Face-to-face activities, they are no longer happening. What will happen now to education? Will its quality lead to deterioration? What do we do? That is the question. Let us not forget the morals and lessons of our ancestors. Problems offer more rooms for opportunities, courage and optimism, faith, hope, and perseverance. If we mean triumph over this deadly matter, let us keep all this quality grow and foster. An epitome of optimism, association of Southeast Asian nations, ready to take all the necessary action to ensure the safety of every person and most importantly, the quality of education. You say that we need to heal as one, and education, we need to learn as one. We probably are thinking that the dead end is coming. Breathe. This won't stop us from learning. Philippines, as a member of ASEAN, implemented blended learning to ensure students better living. And to address the problem we are now facing, it is an alternative that they are making. Under this mode of learning, we're online, offline, and modular learning to aid the gap of our educational system and guarantee knowledge worth remembering and sharing. Distance learning to electronic learning. This is an option the students are taking. Modular learning is what we are also seeing for those who are less fortunate but love continue learning. Offline learning is also a mode for those students who can take the road of online learning because of internet constraint, but willing to learn and ready to be trained. To put it simply, there are a lot of options, and definitely we cannot take no as a solution. For as long as we remain cohesive and responsive member of ASEAN, now more than ever, it is better to be humane than just being human. Let us keep on moving. This is not yet the ending. Don't let these things keep on dominating. Hands together, we can surpass all these happenings.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Giancarlo Del Monte of Eastern Samar State University main campus. We're moving forward to contestant number 4 from Leyte Colleges under the coaching of Professor Amalia A. Bahinting. We please welcome Ms. Warren Rose Briones. Do we have Ms. Warren Rose Briones on the platform? Okay. All right. Our queue says that perhaps Ms. Warren could not make it today. So we move to our contestant number 5 from Northwest Summer State University under the coaching of Professor Avin Carl V. Cruzada. We give the floor now to Ms. Joyce Doroha.
Cohesive and responsive ASEAN. 2020, according to Chinese astrology, symbolizes wealth and amazing prosperity. It was anticipated to be just another year for everybody. But then it turns out to be the worst year ever for me. It was only the first quarter, and it was not even over when Taal erupted. Kobe died, and soon after, COVID-19 changed my life. This unbelievably horrible disaster, just like that, ended the previous semester. I had what felt like the longest summer break in my entire student life. Yet, it was the hardest one to take, knowing that my family could barely survive. With my parents out of work, we only had relief goods to live on, and the days were mostly dark. I could only wish it all to be gone. I saw as the world was put on pause while everything was happening too fast, as if watching a miserable movie which I don't know how long would last. If there's one thing that's certain, it's that we are facing an uncertain future. When the curve will go flat is still impossible to know for sure. Before the end of the second quarter of this dreadfully dragging year, our leaders stressed the importance of a cohesive and responsive ASEAN as a timely and effective response in further strengthening its cohesion. And as these two concepts interrelate, so shall each and every member state. We combat the threats of this health crisis, gradually revitalize economic activity, and intensify all efforts to eradicate the virus while we keep the region's peace and stability. We promote the protection of our resources. We create equal opportunities for all and continue our commitment by joining forces. So together we are strong enough to stand after a fall. Through this adversity, we managed to keep our resilience. It did not only bring out uncertainty, but in us, it did bring out the brilliance. We can strongly seize this opportunity to prove that although geographically divided, we are, as an entire community, able to stand firm and united. As we move on to the new normal, I look at a bigger picture, showing a more connected people looking forward to the promise of a future. And it may be too early to say, but let me say it anyway. I wonder what awaits everyone in the year 2021. Cohesive and responsive ASEAN.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joyce De Roja of Northwest Samar State University
What about
in campus. All right, so we move on to our contestant number 6 from Eastern Samar State University, Canavid campus, under the coaching of Professor Jonna May Adao. We please welcome Mr. Edsel Clamor. Do we have Edsel Clamor on the platform? All right, it seems like Edsel Clamor is not yet here. We're moving to the next contestant. Okay. Is Edsel around? Okay. Is there any cue about that? Okay, then we move now to the next contestant. That perhaps you can just make arrangements later about those who are not able to come as they are called. All right, we move on to the contestant from Leyte Normal University under the coaching of Ms. Aubrey Gail Canete. We give the floor to Ms. Krishna Sibere.
No one knew that by the time we wake up on a sunny March day, the course of our lives will change. No one knew that our favorite restaurants will be emptied, and so are the classrooms, and the family parks, and the highway streets that were once jammed of employees rushing to work, students with heavy loads memorizing words, and sidewalk vendors hustling for a living. No one knew that the day will come when staying 1 meter apart from someone is a sign of respect, and hiding your lovely smile behind a mask is worth a thank you. A thank you for preserving the life of an eldest sister who had to pay bills, or an underpaid construction worker who has 5 mouths to feed, because no one really knows when the invisible will surrender. After closing the country's borders, thickening my neighbors' walls, clearing the school holes, and turning my mother's love language into city laws, there is a quiet anticipation in me of feeling the warmth of the sun on my skin again, of praying along with the people of the same faith again, of laughing with a friend at the same table again. But we are told to hang in there, just hang in there. Keep our fingers crossed, remain in the process in hopes of finding the progress so we follow, but not forget That while some of us can survive in the solace of our homes, others have been awake for nights, cradled by the thoughts of not being able to provide the food, the clothes, the money needed for a day cost. Others feel like they are alone in the battle against the unknown. But let me tell you, maybe you are wrong. That this world is not as damaged as you reckon. That perhaps this is a lesson waiting to be unraveled one by one under the guise of the doctor who hasn't seen his son for months, or of the student who had to climb trees to learn, or the provinciano who has to find his way back home. Stories after stories emerge, prompting us to be resilient and compassionate and sincere and patient more than we used to be. Because let's be honest, today may be worse than yesteryear, but today we have found more reasons to live. If not for the present, then for the future to come. Kids, I will tell them. Allow me to share a story of the year 2020, when everything was much to take and lives were always at stake, when no one knew what else to do except be reminded that there are hands that pour hope in empty glasses, eyes that look after the restless, mouths that serve as voices for the voiceless. There are ears that listen to the silent sighing of hearts displaced from where comfort should be, and there are minds that never stop thinking of new cures, of new ways, of a new purpose to live. And in the longest pause we have ever had, I remember us becoming stronger and connected with our brothers and sisters from different homelands, dreaming the same visions as ours, to rise above the challenges arm in arm, regardless of the color of our skin, or the words that we speak, or the culture we instill. What matters more than ever is the way we respond to the call, to the troubles, to the opportunities waiting for all. And although no one knows what might happen, on another sunny day, we know at least how to change our world. Thank you. Tapos na.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Krishna Sibere of Leyte Normal University. We're moving to contestant number 8 from St. Joseph College under the coaching of Professor Edgarino D. Tabinas. We give the floor to Mr. Giancarlo Carsula. Giancarlo, take it away. Okay. We hope John is there. Okay, Giancarlo, the floor is yours now from St. Joseph College.
Hi. Good day, everyone. I am Giancarlo Carsula from St. Joseph College, and my piece is entitled Story from Someone Named Future. I woke up at 4 a.m. thinking, what if the world is really not in a good shape anymore? What if this global pandemic gets worse? Future says it would be awful. But then, only I was able to realize that amidst the challenges of this killer disease, a friend is still alive. Not quarantined, yet isolated. For more than 4 months, he's stuck. He can no more discover his tracks. His name is Unity. He lives down inside the corner of our hearts, trembling to take part, scared to show scars. his scars, of failure, of being unsuccessful in bringing peace throughout this world. And because no one believes in him anymore. And whenever he takes action, people only come back for more war, exploitation, disobedience, and fraud. He can't do it by himself. But here comes love. Another character that my mind came up at 4 a.m. She's his weakness. Like everyone does, he also melts down when love creates an opposite curve from everyone's frown. She is the weakness of everyone. And so do unity. He loves her throughout the vanity of their souls. And one day, as they wander, they pass by someone familiar. Education. So happy, like a teenager coming home from intoxication of people's mindset. Obsession to learn. Education finally found its unity. And together with those three is me, who fought with the government against scarcity and in having the audacity to carve a better future, unlike how I see humanity when I woke up at 4 a.m. being scared by society. But there's always depression, teamed up with oppression. Together, they make the world suffer. Yet, worthless. They make the world suffer with racism, with bullying, and racism and bullying. And with all the negative characters, you will see with them accompanying each other. But worthless. Because nevertheless of this mess, I am here. I've been there, and I will bear all the challenges that from my past I feared. I am here. The protagonist of the story I plotted at 4 a.m. And I assure you, I won. And I will win every battle from now on. So never worry. How you heard the story from someone named Future. Just never worry and maintain your composure.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. John Carlo Carsula of St. Joseph College. We're down to the last contestant. The ninth contestant in the official list is from Palompon Institute of Technology main campus under the tutorship and coaching of Professor Rochelle France S. London. We give the floor to Mr. Judimil Comprado.
One ASEAN, we heal as one. In the midst of an invisible threat, in the midst of an uncertain feat, in the midst of fear, oppression, and worry, ASEAN community continues to be the voice of promoting peace and solidarity. This is ASEAN, and we heal as one. They say these too shall pass. That no matter how difficult this time could be, we will get through this. We will get through this. We are resilient, and thus I believe that life will be better for all of us. They say everything will be over, that the world will heal and will soon recover, that struggles and fears will be done. And we can finally say, we won. Because we have healed as one. But how? How can we heal as one if countries all over the world are experiencing economic shutdowns? How can we heal as one if we can't boost our economy back because of lockdowns? How can we heal as one if some of the major sectors of the society halted or worse, gone? No, tell me. Can we still hold on to this line, we heal as one? The truth is, We can. We can heal as one through ASEAN. The spirit of cooperation for each country is not yet gone. The economic deterioration will be solved because through ASEAN, the problems in geopolitical tensions and pandemic situations will soon be over and done. In times like this, we need to strengthen ASEAN ties. We need to enhance ASEAN's unity, camaraderie, and solidarity. We need to focus on the things that will give us hope in the middle of this crisis. That instead of showing hatred, let's show compassion to those in need. That instead of fighting for territories, let's focus on the most essential problems ahead. What we need is a cohesive and responsive ASEAN. I never thought and imagined that I would wake up to a new definition of normal. While Maria cries because her mother died due to the virus, there is Pedro who doesn't have anything to eat. While medical frontliners are doing their very best to serve the people, uncertain if they can go home safe and secure. There's this fear of not being able to survive the next day. How many of them need to suffer? How many of them need to die? How many of them need to dread? How many of them need to sacrifice? I have reckoned it many times already that after these crises come what may, because of ASEAN's unity and solidarity, we will be able to rise from this one day. One day, this is ASEAN, and we heal as one. There is still hope in all of these sufferings. That after these crises, everything will turn out to be fine and greening. That one day, everyone will paint back this mask on their faces like a flower. That after it withers, transforms into a beautiful thing, and like a sun that never ever stops shining. We can feel that one day, because of ASEAN's efforts, we are winning. Let us win this battle together. Let us have unity and solidarity. Let all the oppressed fight for their rights. Let all the fears and uncertainties be gone. We heal as one. We are ASEAN. This is ASEAN.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jugmil Comprado of Kalumpong Institute of Technology Main Campus. That concludes our contest for the spoken word poetry in the English category. And at this point, we thank you all our contestants along with their coaches in this spoken word poetry English category. Congratulations in advance. And hence, it is but fitting that we convey our cordial gratitude to our Board of Judges for their virtual work here with us for 3 schedules, that of August 17, 19, and today, the 22nd of August. To do the honors of virtually bestowing the certificates, we bring you back Dr. Marife and Daga.
Awarding of certificates for the spoken word poetry judges. Our first judge is Dr. Maria Jenny C. Advincula. The certificate reads, ASEAN-Vietnam 2020 Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Dr. Maria Jenny C. Advincula for her invaluable contribution as member of the Board of Judges for the spoken word poetry competition, Mother Tongue, Filipino and English, held during this 2020 ASEAN Month celebration of the Commission on Higher Education Regional Office 8, in partnership with the Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, PAFTI Region 8 chapter, on August 10 to 28, 2020. Given virtually on August 22, 2020 at CHED Regional Office 8, Tacloban City. Please welcome Dr. Maria Jenny C. Advincula. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you. Another, the same certificate is awarded to Dr. Dominador Dums Pagliawan. And last but not the least, same certificate is awarded to Professor Merly M. Alunan. Congratulations and thank you.
At this point, can we ask our Board of Judges on screen to be on screen for a screenshot together, if that's possible? Because I understand they're going to leave Zoom after they're done with their stint as judges. Sir Neil, can that be allowed? Can that be possible? Professor Alunan on screen, Dr. Pagliawan, and Dr. Advincula. All right. It seems.
Alunan lang ata ma'am nandyan.
Ganun ba? Sige, can we have Professor Alunan so that we can have a token from her?
Okay.
In terms of, documentation for her presence today.
Okay, ready? Dr. Alunan. Ready, 1, 2, 3.
All right. Sige. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our highly regarded Board of Judges. Your unwavering commitment at the work is very much appreciated. All right, so we will then proceed with the competition on the teaching pageant by the tertiary faculty, junior faculty at that, as they demonstrate facilitating instruction with 5 virtually present students attending their respective social studies classes. Sitting as judges at their own niche, perhaps, I guess, presumably at their homes, are the following respectable faculty who will be introduced once again by our PAFTE Regional Chair, Dr. Marife Daga.
For the junior faculty teaching pageant, we are proud to present our Board of Judges. Our first judge is an assistant professor of Biliran Province State University, teaching social studies at the main campus. She is a grantee of CHED Scholarship for Graduate Studies for Doctor of Education, Major Instructional System and Resource Management at the University of San Jose Recoletos, Cebu City. She published 2 social studies textbooks entitled Philippine History, Roots and Development, and a concise accounts on World History and Civilization 1. She is also a noted coach of the 3-time regional champion for the quiz poll team during the PASOK Regional Culture and the Arts Festival 2004, 2016, and 2017, which brought them to national competitions. Please welcome Dr. Grace M. Lodi Concepcion. Our second judge is a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education, General Education, and Master of Arts in Education from Leyte Normal University, Tacloban City. He graduated at Cebu Normal University, Cebu City, taking Doctor of Education and a recipient of Visayas State University Scholarship Grant for Faculty Development. He was trained as online facilitator at the Miriam College E-Learning School, Quezon City. He conducted training for elementary and secondary reading teachers in Baybay City Division. He had written a structured learning episodes for field study 2 used by pre-service teachers in the College of Education, Visayas State University. He has published and presented research at the national level and attended local, regional, and international conferences. He has been a faculty member of the College of Education, Department of Teacher Education, Visayas State University from 2011 to present. Please welcome Byron S. Barredo, Assistant Professor 3, Visayas State University. Our chair of the Board of Judges is a retired Professor 6 of Palumpon Institute of Technology, former Vice President for Research Extension and External Affairs and College of Arts and Sciences Dean, College of Education Dean, and Social Science Professor for more than 30 years in this institution. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bercero Fernan. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daga, for introducing our highly esteemed Board of Judges, chaired by Dr. Placido Bercero of Palumpon Institute of Technology. All right, so we're set to begin with the teaching pageant competition by the junior faculty under the social studies subject. We have 5 contestants, but it is with regret that the first contestant could not be with us today, as the prevailing circumstances in Catbalogan require some limited mobility for her and for her students. So we only would have 4 contestants with us today. Okay, so we're set. On behalf of CHED 8 and PAFTA Region 8, would like to welcome our Board of Judges for this initial work with us as judges, as this is the only session for the junior faculty. Okay, so we begin with contestant for our first contestant for the junior teaching pageant, junior faculty teaching pageant, that is. The first one is from Eastern Samar State University main campus, who coached himself. Okay, so we welcome on the floor Professor Virgilio P. Rapada. All right, our technical cue says that Professor Rapada has no connectivity at the moment. He is adjusting on his connectivity capability. So we are actually giving some, considerations on technical matters that arise at the platform or at the moment of showing. So we're going to call Professor Rapada later. Perhaps Professor Rapada is going to be the last contestant to come. All right, so we move on to the next contestant in the list, in the official list. We will be calling the contestant from Eastern Samar State University Giwan campus under the coaching of Professor Zenaida A. Lakduo. We please give the floor and welcome Professor Homer P. Makawili.
Good morning, everyone. And good morning to my dear students. So how are you today, guys? Again, good morning.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So how are you dealing these days during the pandemic?
I am dealing, sir, with this pandemic by strictly and faithfully following the safety protocols that are imposed by the government, like washing my hands using sanitizers and wearing face mask, as well as practicing social distancing.
Okay, good. So we should always keep in mind to practice and observe social distancing and proper hygiene. We should also follow the health standard protocol mandated by our government. Okay? So this morning, we are going to undertake new lesson discourse. But before that, let me first ask you a question. Can you see my slideshow?
Sure.
Yes, sir. Okay. So the first question is, how many countries are member of the ASEAN?
10, sir.
10.
10, sir. 10, sir.
Regime, I want you to name
Sir.
3 countries.
Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, sir.
Alvin, name other 3 countries. Okay. What are the other remaining 4 members of the ASEAN?
Myanmar, Singapore, Brunei, Vietnam.
Okay, good. So, when and where was the ASEAN founded?
The ASEAN was founded in Bangkok, Thailand on August 8, 1967.
Okay, so the foundation of the ASEAN was originally participated by 5 countries. The countries of Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, and Singapore. These countries were known as the ASEAN 5. So what was the purpose of the foundation of the ASEAN? Alvin.
So one of the purpose of founding the ASEAN is to accelerate the economic growth, social progress, and cultural development in the region through joint endeavors in the spirit of equality and partnership in order to strengthen the foundation for a prosperous and peaceful community of Southeast Asian nations.
Correct. In fact, these objectives were the main pillars of the association or the ASEAN. So this morning, we're going to discuss the ASEAN, its economy and trade. Under this topic, you are expected to identify the economic development of the ASEAN. Second one, you're going to explain the role of trade in the economic improvement of the ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. But before that, let's first have an activity. So using a piece of paper, I want you to write a word or use a word to describe the ASEAN. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's start first with Rino.
So
Please
I've
show
written
your,
here the
please
word
show your, excuse me, please show your word.
I've written here, sir, the word cooperation. So
Okay.
for me, I describe ASEAN operations.
So why did you describe, why did you use the word cooperation in describing the ASEAN?
For me, for starters, ASEAN is composed of 10 member states, and those 10 member states are in cooperation. Specifically in trade within the region. So this is done in order to promote economic growth of the ASEAN region.
So let's proceed to regime. How about your regime?
Sir, my word is describing the ASEAN. My word is unity, sir.
Unity. Okay. Please explain.
Unity because there is a joint endeavors among the ASEAN members and countries in accelerating the economic growth, social progress, and cultural development in the region as stated in their aim or purpose in the ASEAN Declaration.
Right. In coherence with this, with the used word of regime, unity, there is ASEAN is the one of the world's most significant economy in the world. So ASEAN is considered to be the third single economic bloc in Asia, following China and India. And this is provided by the data, which in fact the GDP or the gross domestic product of the ASEAN bolsters from 3.5 in 2017 to 5.1 in 2018. That is based from the study of ASEAN Economic Integration Brief. And here, shown by the data, we have here the GDP in terms of the economic sector in the ASEAN. So Myanmar tallied at 23.3%, the highest in agricultural sector. And in industry, we have industrial sector, we have the Brunei Darussalam, which averaged a 58.7%. And then we have Singapore in terms of services, 67.1%. Okay, let's proceed to Alvin.
So the word that I use to relate to ASEAN is the word borderless.
Excuse me. Pardon?
So the word to describe ASEAN is the word borderless.
Ordinance.
Borderless.
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 Sorry. Okay.
So by becoming borderless nation, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations becomes cohesive and more responsive, allowing the countries to meet their respective economic needs. And this also relates to one of the purposes or aims of the ASEAN, which is to promote active collaboration and mutual assistance on matters of common interest in the economic, social, cultural, technical, scientific, and administrative fields.
Okay. So in relation to this observation of Alvin, ASEAN in 2019, and particularly on April 23, 2019, signed two important agreements, which is the ASEAN Trade Services Agreement, ASEAN Comprehensive Investment Agreement, or the ACIA. Before that, we already have a borderless, or say a connection with other countries in the ASEAN, or the members of the ASEAN, which we signed when we signed the Free Trade Agreement, or known as the FTA in 1993. In fact, the trade relation of the ASEAN expanded throughout outside the ASEAN borders, which include the ASEAN plus 3, the countries of Japan, China, and South Korea. And this data is shown in this data, where we can see the trade in goods of the ASEAN. And particularly in this graph provided by the ASEAN Economic Integration Brief, Lao provides a high export of goods intra-Asian countries, within the Asian countries, or the members of the ASEAN. And it is Cambodia which provides or exports more goods outside the members, or the extra ASEAN, the non-members of the ASEAN. And this expansion can be also observed in the relationship of the ASEAN and the America, or the US, which in fact, according to Harding and Tran 2019, ASEAN countries are the fourth largest source of US goods imports after Canada, Mexico, and China. Also, ASEAN is considered by 2050 is considered to be the fourth largest economy in the world. So we have a data here showing the trade balance of the ASEAN with the United States. So, as a student, based from your understanding, in what way do you think can the ASEAN can be cohesive and integrated, cohesive which works as one, integrated, and responsive to development and changes with one common goal, regime.
By being unity in especially in the aspect of economic activity, in reviving the economic activity, especially so that we are facing a pandemic. It caused a profound impact on the economic activity of the ASEAN countries, especially so in the Philippines, because the number of COVID-19 cases are still rising. So there's really a need for us to be cohesive with another countries and to solidify our bonds with them in reviving the economic activity.
So we should work as one, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So how about you, Alvin?
So the ASEAN Economic Community seeks to reduce or remove trade barriers to facilitate the free movement of goods, services, capital, and the skilled labor within the region. So ASEAN currently has 5 regional free trade agreements with Australia and New Zealand, China, Japan, South Korea, and Japan, and including India as well. So Singapore is the only ASEAN member state to conclude a free trade agreement with both the United States and European Union.
Okay, thank you. Very good. So through an activity, I want you to, I'm using your bond paper. I want you to write 3 things that you learned today, 2 things you found interesting, and 1 question that you still have in your mind. I will give you 5 minutes or 3 minutes to work on that. Okay, are you done? Are you done?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Let's first start with regime.
Sir, I'm not yet done with the question.
What is that one thing? What is that one thing that you learned today?
One thing that I've learned today is that the ASEAN, or this organization, this intergovernmental organization, this helps boost economic activities of all countries in the region, especially in reviving the economic activities and trade and movement of trade in the region, sir.
Okay, how about Alvin?
So I have learned that economy portrays a significant role in nation building and, of course, improving the standard of living of the peoples, especially in the ASEAN region.
Okay, let's proceed to Rino.
I learned today about the pillars of ASEAN, which is not only focusing on economics, but social, cultural, and political as well. And also, in terms of the economics, their primary instrument of economic integration is the free trade agreements that tries to minimize or even abolish what you call trade barriers such as tariffs in order uh, to promote economic development within the region.
Well, in fact, to strengthen the relationship among the members, which is based from the 3 main pillars, which is to promote, strengthen the relationship, to protect the social security, and to promote growth in economy among the members of the ASEAN. Okay, so to start with Alvin, name one thing you found interesting from what we have discussed today. I want you to mention one thing that you found interesting from our lesson.
So one thing that I found really interesting is that the ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, which was established in January 2020, was just to eliminate tariff barriers among the Southeast Asian countries with the view of integrating the ASEAN economy into single-based production and, of course, to make or establish the ASEAN region with a 500 million skilled people.
Okay, how about Rino? Please name
So,
one thing that you found interesting based from what we have discussed today.
so the one thing that I found interesting, in accordance to what we have discussed today, is that ASEAN is not only having a relation within and among those 10 member states, but also they are also have an expansion with other countries, neighboring countries such as the plus three, China, Japan, and South Korea.
The ASEAN plus 3, and also including the EU, European Union, and other South American countries, and European countries as well. So what is that one question that you still have in mind? Regime.
The question that I still have in mind is, how does the ASEAN cope up with the pandemic today, and how does it affect the total economic performance of the countries in the region?
So, okay. So Alvin, I want you to answer that question.
So I think the ASEAN community are able to provide necessary solutions for this pandemic by knowing the needs of their neighboring countries. Through knowing the needs of their neighboring countries, they were able to provide necessary solutions or how they can complement these insufficiencies.
How about you, Rino? Do you have any idea regarding to the question raised by regime?
Well, for me, in terms of the global pandemic, I think each countries can is implementing rules in order to solve this global pandemic. However, in terms of as a whole, I think by helping one another, that's like the main theme of the ASEAN, which is cohesive, meaning to say working as one, even though they are different, they have different problems. They are giving assistance to one another. They are being responsive, and yes, that's all.
Okay, very well said. Thank you. So, so you're going to have an activity right now. So the instruction is answer the following questions briefly. Each item is worth 10 points. Number one is explain the economic development of the ASEAN. Second one is to determine the role of trade in the ASEAN. After you answer that questions, we're going to send your answers to my Gmail account, which is homermakawili1@gmail.com. But before you start, I want you to know or to realize the rubric. So our rubric is based on the following criteria. First one is ideas, which is equivalent to 30% ideas. If your written essay is easy to understand, clear and easy to understand. Organization, 25%. If your written essay or sentences are coherent, or you use proper transitional phrases. Fluency, if there is a relationship with your or coherence in your sentences, which is equivalent to 20%. And since this is a subjective type of test, we're going to use originality as a criteria, which is 25%. So we're going to use an application to detect whether you've copied or you properly cited authors. So all in all, this is equivalent to 100%. You can start now. I'll give you 10 minutes to work on that. Okay, are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll give you an assignment. Let's proceed to your assignment. I want you to research on the following topics: ASEAN, regional identity, and community pillars. Okay. So do you still have any question regarding to our topic or regarding to what we have discussed today?
And so far.
So far, sir.
So thank you for listening. So God bless.
Thank you,
Bless
sir.
you too, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Homer P.
Thank
Makawili
you.
of Eastern Samar State University, Guan Campus. We will now be moving to the next contestant in the official list. We will be having one from Leyte Colleges under the coaching of herself. Okay, she has coached herself. All right, we give the floor now to Professor Almira B. Coro.
Magandang umaga, class.
Magandang umaga po, ma'am.
Magandang umaga po, ma'am. Okay, kumusta ang umaga ninyo?
Mabuti po,
Okay
ma'am.
naman po, ma'am. Okay. Bago natin simulan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito, tayo muna ay manalangin. Okay, sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Diyos, Espiritu Santo. Panginoon namin Diyos, patnubayan niyo po kami sa araw na ito upang magampanan namin ang aming mga sariling tungkulin. Bigyan niyo po kami ng gabay at pagkalinga sa pagtupad ng aming gawain. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Okay, screenshot po muna kayo para sa inyong attendance. Umayos ng upo. Okay, noong unang tagpo ay tinalakay natin ang tungkol sa nasyonalismo, hindi ba?
Opo, ma'am.
Opo, ma'am. Okay, class, paano natin may pamamalas ang pagiging makabayan o nasyonalismo sa lupang tinubuan?
Ma'am.
Amreya?
May pamamalas po natin ito sa pamagitan ng pagkakaisa sa anumang adhikain ng isang bansa.
Okay, tama. Meron pa bang daragdag? Feby?
Wala si ma'am.
Feby? Wala si Feby? Okay. May pamamalas natin ito sa pamagitan ng pakikiisa sa mga adhikain ng bansa at pagsunod sa mga batas at alituntunin ng ating bansa. Ngayon naman, meron ako ditong mga larawan na ipapakita sa inyo. Subukan ninyo itong suriin at suriin ninyo ito ng mabuti at subukang tukuyin o sagutin kung saang bansa nabibilang ang nasa larawan na aking ipakikita sa inyo. Itaas ang kamay kayo ay sagot. Okay, unang larawan na ipakikita ko sa inyo.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Sino ang may alam ng sagot?
Ma'am? Pilipinas po, ma'am.
Pilipinas po, ma'am.
Pilipinas. Pilipinas ang
Opo.
nasa larawan. Sunod.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Indonesia po.
Indonesia nga ba? Indonesia nga. Sunod.
Ma'am, Brunei po.
Brunei nga, Jose.
Brunei. Apo.
So, ang nasa larawan.
Ma'am, Cambodia.
Cambodia nga ba? Cambodia nga. Sunod na larawan.
Laos po, ma'am.
Laos po, ma'am.
Laos nga. Sunod.
Malaysia po, ma'am.
Malaysia. Sunod.
Myanmar.
Myanmar nga. Anong nasa larawan?
Ma'am, Singapore.
Singapore.
Singapore. Sunod.
Thailand.
Thailand.
Thailand. Sunod.
Vietnam po, ma'am.
Vietnam. Vietnam nga.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ano ang inyong pananaw o saloobin sa mga larawang iyong nakita?
Ma'am, ito po ay mga watawat ng iba't ibang bansa.
Okay, mga watawat ng iba't ibang bansa. Ngayon, ilang watawat ng mga iba't ibang bansa ang inyong nakita?
10 po, ma'am.
10, ma'am.
10 nga. Sa palagay ninyo, may pagkakaunawaan ba o pagpapahalaga ang mga bansang nabanggit ninyo?
Opo, ma'am.
Okay.
Opo.
Tama. Ang pagkakaroon ba ng tinatawan ng isa, sa paanong paraan naman ninyo mapapatunayan na mayroong pagkakaunawaan o pagpapahalaga ang mga bansang nabanggit ninyo?
Ma'am, nagkakaroon po sila ng taunang pagpupulong.
Tama. Ano pa?
Ma'am, ako po.
Jose?
Malayang komunikasyon ng mga bawat bansa.
Okay, malayang komunikasyon ng bawat bansa. Ano pa?
Ma'am, bawat bansa ay mayroong kinakatawan.
Okay, bawat bansa ay mayroong kinakatawan. Tama. Ang pagkakaroon ba ng kinatawan ng isang bansa ay maaaring maging daan upang bumuo ng isang organisasyon?
Opo, ma'am.
Okay, balikan nating muli ay mga larawan at mga iba't ibang bansa ang inyong nabanggit. Saang panig kaya ng mundo matatagpuan ang mga bansang inyong nabanggit?
Ma'am, sa Timog Silangang Asya.
Silangang Asya.
Okay, tama, ito ay nasa Timog Silangang Asya.
Timog Silang.
Ano naman kaya ang maaaring itawag sa isang organisasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa sa Timog Silangang Asya?
ASEAN po, ma'am.
ASEAN po, ma'am.
ASEAN o Association of
Southeast Asian Nation.
Okay. Kung mabuti ang larawan na yan, mapapansin ninyo na ang mga larawang kaninang unang nabanggit ninyo mga iba't ibang bansa at ang mga larawan na yan ay mga bansang nasasakop o napapaloob doon sa organisasyong tinatawag na ASEAN o Association of Southeast Asian Nation. Ngayon, ang gagawin ninyo, pipili kayo ng dalawang bansa na nakikita ninyo dyan at meron tayong gagawin. Pumili muna kayo ng dalawang bansa. Dalawang bansa. May napili na ba?
Opo, ma'am.
Opo, ma'am.
Okay, Jose, anong napili mong bansa?
Ang napili ko, ma'am, ay Brunei po at saka Indonesia.
Okay, Brunei at Indonesia. Rosemary.
Opo.
Ma'am, Pilipinas po at Thailand.
Okay, Carilyn.
Vietnam po at saka Cambodia.
Ria.
Singapore po at Indonesia.
Singapore at Indonesia. Ngayon naman, base sa napili ninyong dalawang bansa, sagutin ninyo ang katanungan nito. Ang mga dalawang bansa ngayon ay gabay ninyo upang sagutin ang katanungan na ito. Katanungan, paano may pamamalas ang ugnayan ng bansang sakop ng Timog Silangang Asya sa mga sumusunod na isyu o paksa, ekonomiya, kultural, politikal, seguridad, krisis at pandemya. Bibigyan ko lamang kayo ng 5 minuto upang sagutin ang katanungan na iyan. Naintindihan?
Opo, ma'am.
Okay. Timer start now. Meron pa kayong 3 minuto. Isang minuto na lang. Okay? Tapos na ba lahat? Time's up na. Tapos na ang
Opo,
5
ma'am.
minuto. Okay. Ulitin ko yung katanungan. Paano may pamamala sa ugnayan ng bansang sakop ng Timog Silangang Asya sa mga sumusunod na isyu o paksa? Ekonomiya, kultural, politikal, seguridad, krisis at pandemya. Sino ang mauunang sumagot? Unahin na lang kaya natin si
Ma'am,
Jose.
ako po.
Handa na siya. Okay, Jose. Ano yung napili mong bansa?
Brunei po at saka Indonesia, ma'am.
Okay.
Yung Brunei po, isa po sila sa ika-4 na malaking taga-supply ng krudo sa Silangang Asya, mga produkto at kanilang mayamang kultura. Ang Indonesia naman po ay sila po yung nagpuproduce ng mga makinarya, kagamitan at kamitan ng pangkonstruksyon sa paliparan at agrikultura. Isa din ang bansang ito na nagsusupply ng natural na bunga sa ibang bansa. Yun po, ma'am.
Okay. Sunod si Caroline. Ano yung bansang
Ang
napili?
napili ko pong bansa ay ang bansang Vietnam at Cambodia. Ang Vietnam po ay malaki ang naitutulong ng bansang Vietnam lalo na ngayong krisis at pandemya sa mga kasapi at organisasyon ng ASEAN. Halimbawa na lang po lamang nito ang pangako ng bansang Vietnam ng pagsuporta ng pangmatagalang supply ng bigas sa bansang Pilipinas at napag-uusapan din ng isyu tungkol sa supply ng medical equipment kung saan tutulong din ang bansang Vietnam sa Pilipinas. Sa Cambodia naman po, turismo at pananami ang pangunahing industriya dito. Dahil sa maraming nakapareserve na templo sa bansang ito, kaya dinarayo ito ng maramihan. Ngunit dahil sa mabilis na paglaganap ng kasalukuyang pandemya, ay tinutulong ng organisasyong ASEAN ang Cambodia sa pamamagitan ng pagbigay ng mga medical supplies. Yan po, ma'am.
Okay. Sunod. Ria.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano yung bansang napili mo, Ria?
Silangang Asya, mayroon silang magarang hotel, napakasarap na pagkain at magarang pamilihan. Ang Singapore ay nasa dulong bahagi ng Malay Peninsula. Ito ay naging pasyalan at sentro ng negosyo. Dagdag pa rito ang pagkakaroon ng mahusay na infrastruktura, malinis, ligtas at kaaya-ayang kapaligiran. Sa Indonesia naman po, ang bansang ito ay mayroong mayamang ekonomiya dahil sa kanilang natural na mineral, gayon din ang agrikultura. Ang Indonesia ay mamumuno sa isang komite ng Organization of Islam Conference, isang grupo ng mga bansang Muslim na sumusuporta sa usapang pangkapayapaan.
Maraming salamat, Ria. Rosemary, meron ka bang sagot?
Meron na po, ma'am.
Okay, anong bansa yung napili mo?
Pilipinas po at Thailand.
Sige nga.
Ang kahalagahan ng ASEAN sa ekonomiya ng Pilipinas ay ang tulong sa pagpapalago sa aspeto ng turismo, trabaho, pinansyal at presyo ng mga produkto, serbisyo na pinakikinabangan ng Pilipinas. Narito rin ang ilan sa makahalagahan ng ASEAN Summit sa ekonomiya ng Pilipinas. Ito ay ang pagkakaroon ng pagpupulong para sa mga lakal, pagkakaroon ng mga edukasyon forum sa iba't ibang panig ng bansa, pagpapababa ng presyo ng airfare papuntang Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia at Myanmar. At ang pagpapababa ng presyo ng mga imported goods galing sa iba't ibang bansa ng ASEAN. Sa Thailand naman po, sa tulong ng ASEAN ay mas lalong lumakas ang turismo sa bansang Thailand. Sa Thailand, nagkikita ang largest gold Buddha in the world. Ang ikinabubuhay ng Thai ay paghahabi o paglikha mismo ng kanilang mga kasuotan, pag-aani, pagsasaka at pangingisda. Mayaman sila sa mga likas na yaman mula sa kanilang mga anyong tubig at anyong lupa. Kung pag-uusapan naman ang kalakalan ng Thailand, kilala rin sila sa tinatawag nilang floating market o mga pangangalakal na nasa bangka habang bumabaybay sa ilog. Isa ang floating market sa kinagigiliwan ng mga turista, lalo ng mga photographers dahil sa kulay at masagana itong pagmasdan. Yan lamang po, ma'am.
Okay, maraming salamat. Okay, batay sa inyong mga sagot, ipinakita o ipinabalas ng bawat bansa kung anong ekonomiya, kultura o politikal maging sa seguridad, krisis at pandemya man ang maaaring may tugon na makatutulong sa organisasyong kinabibilangan nila. At kung paano naman natutugunan ng ASEAN ang bawat sakop nitong bansa. Mapapansin natin na marami ang lalo na ngayong krisis at pandemya, mapapansin natin na ang iba't ibang bansa na sakop ng ASEAN ay malaki ang naitutulong sa bawat isa. Dahil nga may layunin ng ASEAN na magkaroon ng mabisang pagkakaisa sa pagitan ng mga bansang kasapi nito. At ipinakita doon ang mga mayayamang likas na yaman ng bawat bansa, kung ano man meron sila, katulad ng ginawa ng Vietnam, nagbigay sila ng seguridad sa Pilipinas, lalo na ngayong pandemya, na bigyan o suportahan sila ng bigas dahil nga sa kakulangan ng bigas sa Pilipinas sa mababang halaga lamang. Yan ang layunin at kung ano yung ugnayan ng ASEAN sa bawat bansang sakop nito. Okay, naintindihan nyo na ba kung ano yung mga layunin ng ugnayan ng ASEAN sa bawat bansang sakop nito?
Opo, ma'am.
Opo, ma'am.
May katanungan?
Wala po, ma'am.
Naintindihan ba?
Opo, ma'am.
Okay, malalaman natin kung naintindihan nga ng mabuti ang ating aralin. Ngayon, yung gagawin natin, doon sa dalawang bansang napili ninyo, isang bansa lamang ang pipiliin nyo upang maging representante doon sa bansa na yon. Yung gagawin ninyo, sasagutin ninyo ito gamit ng papel or coupon band dyan sa bahay ninyo ang susunod na katanungan. Kung isa kang leader, base doon sa bansang iyong napili, gumawa ka ng pangako o panunumpa na nagpapakita ng pagkakaisa sa pagtugon ng adhikain ng ASEAN. Gagawa kayo ng pangako kung ano yung napili ninyong bansa. Isang bansa lamang kung kayo ay isang leader. Pangako or oath sa Ingles. So yun yung gagawin ninyo. So 3 minuto lang ang ibibigay ko sa inyo upang gumawa ng panunumpa base doon sa napili ninyong bansa. Okay, your timer start now. Isang minuto na lang. Okay, time's up. Okay, ulitin ko yung tanong. Kung isa kang leader base doon sa bansang iyong napili, gumawa ng pangako o panunumpa na nagpapakita ng pagkakaisa sa pagtugon ng adikain ng ASEAN. Okay, Jose, ano yung napili mong bansa?
Ma'am, Brunei po.
Okay nga, pakinggan nga natin si Jose. Jose, kung isa kang leader doon sa Brunei, ano yung pagiging pangako mo?
Bilang isang leader ng Brunei, ay tutulong sa pagpapaunlad sa karatig bansa sa Silangang Asya sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay o distribusyon ng murang krudo na makatutulong sa pagpalago ng ekonomiya ng bawat bansa. Ako din ay makikibahagi sa kampanya upang labanan ang pandemya sa panahon ngayon. Kung ano man ang aking maitutulong sa larangan ng medisina ay aking ibabahagi. Yan lang po, ma'am.
Okay, maraming salamat, Jose. Palakpakan natin si Jose. Okay, sino yung sunod? Carilyn, anong bansa ang napili mo?
Ang bansang Vietnam po.
Okay, isa ka ngayong leader ng bansang Vietnam. Ano ang iyong pangako o panunumpa?
Okay po. Bilang isang leader ng Vietnam, ako po ay nangangako na patuloy ang aming pagsusuplay ng bigas sa iba't ibang bansa, lalong-lalo na ang bansang Pilipinas dahil ito ang pangunahing pagkain ng mga Pilipino. Lalo na ngayon na mas kailangan nila ito sa panahon ng pandemya. Yan lang po.
Okay, magaling. Palakpakan natin si Carilyn. Rosemary, anong bansa naman ang iyong napili?
Pilipinas po.
Pilipinas kong mahal. Okay, ikaw ngayon ay leader ng Pilipinas. Ano ang iyong pangako?
Kung ako ay isang leader ng bansang Pilipinas, dahil ngayon ay humaharap tayo sa pandemya, ako ay tutulungan ko ang bansa sa pamamagitan ng pagpapadala ng mga frontliners dahil ang Pilipinas ay mayroon ng lakas paggawa. Yan lamang po, ma'am.
Okay, maraming salamat, Rosemary. Palakpakan naman natin sa Rosemary. Okay, Ria, anong bansa naman ang napili mo?
Vietnam po.
Ano yon?
Vietnam.
Vietnam. Okay, isa ka ngayong leader ng Vietnam. Ano yung pangako mo para doon?
Kung ako ay isang leader ng isang bansang Vietnam, ay pinapangako ko ang kapag-develop ng rice industry upang makapag-produce ng maraming bigas sa ibang bansa. I would mag-produce ng maraming upang makapagbigay ng maraming supply sa ibang bansa.
Okay, magaling. Palakpakan natin si Ria. Okay, halos lahat na intindihan naman ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Meron pa tayong gagawin. Ha? Okay. Ngayon, sumulat kayo ng isang sitwasyon sa inyong pamayanan na nagpapakita ng iba't ibang paraan sa pakikisa at pagtugon sa gitna ng krisis at pandemya na iyong nararanasan sa kasalukuyan ngayon. Halimbawa, doon sa barangay ninyo, ano yung mga sitwasyon doon na nagpapakita ng pagkakaisa at pagtugon lalo na ngayong pandemya? Sige, sumulat kayo ng sitwasyon sa inyong pamayanan. bibigyan ko lamang kayo ulit ng hanggang 2 minuto lamang.
Opo, ma'am.
Timer
Opo, ma'am.
starts now. Okay? Tapos na?
Okay naman po.
Okay, subukan nating marinig ang sagot ni Carilyn. Carilyn, ano ang iyong sagot?
Magmula po nung magkaroon ng crisis at pandemya sa COVID-19, ang aming kapitan at opisyal ng barangay ay umikot sa aming lugar upang magbigay ng paalala sa lahat na bawal lumabas ng bahay. Nagbigay din po sila ng quarantine pa sa bawat bahay na kung sino lamang ang pwedeng lumabas at kailangan importante ito at may rason ng paglabas. Namigay din po sila kaagad ang aming barangay officials ng bigas at ilang dilata sa bawat pamilya bilang ayuda. Yun po ang tinatawag po na relief goods. Yun lang
Okay.
po.
Ikaw, Jose.
Ma'am, dito po sa barangay namin ay mahigpit na pinapapatupad ang pagsuot ng face mask lagi. At naging batas na ito, laging pinapaalala ng megaphone ang social distancing sa aming barangay. May multa ang sino mang lalabag na mahuli na hindi nagsusuot ng face mask. Yun po, ma'am.
Tama. Sunod, Ria.
Dito lang po sa aming barangay ay nagbigay ng vitamins ang aming kapitan. Ang bawat bahay ay pinuntahan na upang kahit paano lumakas ang resistensya ng mga nabigyan nito. Palaging nagpapaalala din sa amin ang palaging pagkain ng masustansya pagkain. Nang sa ganon ay makaiwas kami sa COVID-19.
Okay, Rosemary.
Upang maiwasan ang pagkalat ng sakit na coronavirus sa aming lugar, ipinagbabawal ang pagtambay sa labas at pag-inom ng alak. Araw-araw umiikot ang mga barangay official kasama ang kapitan namin sa aming barangay upang mabantayan kung may mga tambay sa labas, Mapapansin din ang mga tindahan na may mga nakatakip na mga asitik.
Okay. Mapapansin natin ngayon na sa gitna ng krisis at pandemya, kahit sa ating pamayanan pa lang, mayroon ng pagkakaisa at natutugunan ito ng ating mga opisyalis sa barangay at ng ating mga pinuno na nakatataas. Okay. Maraming salamat sa araw na ito. Ngunit bago natin matapos ang aralin na ito, meron tayong kasunduan. Ang gagawin ninyo, basahin at unawain ang pahina 173 hanggang 176. Sagutin ang katanungan na ito, ano-ano ang mga bansang sakop sa Timog Kanlurang Asya? Isa-isahin. Ang sagot ninyo ay ipadala ninyo sa akin through Gmail account, almiracoro81@gmail.com. At aasahan ko ang inyong sagot hanggang mamayang 12:00 ng madaling araw lamang. Okay, maraming salamat aking mga mahal na mag-aaral. Salamat sa araw na ito. Sana may natutunan kayo at napulot na aral sa araw na ito. Maraming
Salamat, ma'am.
salamat.
Salamat, ma'am.
All right, maraming salamat Professor Almira Coro ng Leyte Colleges. We still have 2 contestants more as we give another chance to Professor Rapada after this contestant that we'll be calling now. So we hope Professor Rapada is now okay with the connectivity issues that they were facing earlier. All right, so now we move to the contestant for teaching pageant junior faculty from Leyte Normal University under the coaching of Professor Ryan Destura. We give the floor now to Professor Anne Dominic C. Duque.
Morning, class.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good. Now, I hope you were able to secure and read the materials that I have given needed for this week's discussion, okay? Also, I have consolidated already your assignment. Remember that I have asked you to send your assignment to my email, right?
Yes,
ma'am.
I understand that the usual setup of our attendance checking is through roll call, but for today's discussion, my means of checking your attendance is your active participation all throughout our discussion. Rest assured that everyone will be given equal opportunity to participate in order for me to identify who are present and who are absent. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I get 3 exclamation points on our chat box if ever the instruction is clear? Very good. Now, before we dive directly into our new discussion for today, I would like to have a short recap. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did we discuss last meeting? Edmond? Is Edmond around? Edmond might be experiencing some technical difficulties. How about Ivy? What have we discussed last meeting?
Okay, ma'am, we discussed about the history of the interstate system.
Thank you. And what have you learned from this discussion on the history of the interstate system?
Okay, I have
Aliana?
learned.
No, one at a time, Ms. Vergara. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, we
Aliana?
have discussed about the Treaty of Westphalia.
Correct. And why is this treaty created, Ms. Coro, Mr. Coro?
The Treaty of Westphalia was created in order to end in Europe.
I'm sorry, Mr. Coro, can you repeat that one?
The Treaty of Westphalia, ma'am, was created in order to end the 30 years war in Europe, ma'am.
Correct. Now, the interstate system we know today is also known as, Jacob?
It is the Westphalian interstate system, ma'am.
Correct. Now, it seems like you can still remember the discussions that we had from last meeting. I'm confident that you will be able to learn the discussion that we have for today. While I'm experiencing technical difficulty, my PowerPoint presentation seems to be not moving. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now let's move on to our first activity entitled Identify Me. In this activity, you would simply identify the pictures that I am going to show on the screen But we will not be doing this in chorus. I'll be identifying students to give an answer or to identify the said picture. Is that clear?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Can
Yes,
I
ma'am.
get 3 exclamation point for that? Very good. The first picture, Edmond. Edmond is not yet around. How about Ivy?
The first picture is the NATO, or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Very good. How about the next one, Ken?
The second picture, ma'am, is the United Nations, ma'am.
Correct. The third picture, Jacob?
That is the World Trade Organization, ma'am.
Very good. How about the last picture, Aliana?
That is, ma'am, the ASEAN, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations.
Correct. Last but not the least, Ivy?
Okay, ma'am, the last picture is the World Bank.
Correct. Now, it seems like you're very familiar with these different international organizations. Now, what do you think these organizations all have in common? Edmond, are you around? It seems like Edmond is having connectivity problems. How about Jacob?
So these organizations, ma'am, are all international organizations that are adhering to help each member states, maybe militarily or through humanitarian aid.
Correct. Would you like to add something, Ken?
Yes, ma'am. Jacob was right, ma'am, that these are all organizations. They are all create. They are all they are all no helping states economically, humanitarian aid, and many more, ma'am.
Very good. Now, which international organization do you think the country, our country, Philippines, is affiliated to? Can I see your answers on the chat box, please? We have here the ASEAN, of course. Anyone? United Nations, correct, by Jacob. What else? Among the identified international organizations, according to Aliana, we are affiliated to most. To what international organization do you think we are not affiliated to? Answers on the chat box, please. NATO, correct. Now, can you please, is there a specific international organization or a specific state that acts as a central form of government in the world system? Ivy?
Okay, ma'am, we have no central government.
No central government. Aliana, how about you? Is there a specific state or international organization?
There's none po.
None. Well, if there is none,
Yes.
no state, no international organization in particular that acts as a central form of government that makes laws for all the states in the world, how would states interact? How do states behave? And who oversees these interactions? These are some of the questions that we will be able to answer all throughout our discussion. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Now, who can still remember the assignment that I have given you? The one that I've asked you to send to my email? Can I get 2 exclamation point if you can still visualize what the assignment was about? Okay. Now, from the assignment given and the activity that we did a while ago, what do you think will be our discussion for today? Aliana?
Ma'am, that would be the theories of interstate system or the international relations.
Correct. Our discussion for today is the theories of interstate relations. So these are our objectives for the day. And because of that, we will be moving on to our second activity entitled the concept map. This activity is the very reason why I asked you to send your assignment in advance last night to my email. Because in this activity, we will be utilizing your accomplished concept map by choosing a theory of interstate relations and be able to discuss the following: the characteristic of the state and the concept of the state when it comes to its behavior in the interstate system. You should be able to do that in 2 minutes. Now, the surprise here is I have included your assignment in my PowerPoint presentation. And the sequence of who will come first when it comes to the actual presentation is a surprise to you. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
The first presentation will be from Mariaka. You have 2 minutes. Timer starts now.
So there are four theories of interstate relations. We have the realism, liberalism, constructivism, and Marxism. So realism is a theory that believes that the world system is anarchic in nature, and yes, that the state are rational actors. With that, they are skeptical with long-term peace, they are power seekers, and they wanted to gain more power in order to protect themselves from any harm or future harm. Then we have liberalism. Liberalism
Excuse
is
me, Miss Aliana. Okay, you are only to choose one, so let's just focus on realism for now. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you, Miss Aliana, for a good presentation. Now we move on to the second presentation from Vergara, Miss Ivy Vergara.
Okay, so
Take it away.
I have chose liberalism. So in liberalism, states are rational actors. The government upholds peace and adheres to the norms set by the different international organizations. Liberalism as well engages in free trade to boost their economy and strengthen their economic ties with each member states.
Is that all, Miss Vergara?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next presenter. We have Jacob Villas. Your 2 minutes starts now.
So I chose constructivism. So constructivism views the world and what we know about the world as socially constructed. So it dictates that the state can have multiple identities that are socially constructed through interactions with other actors. So these identities are dependent on the state's interests. Also, the actions, interactions, and perceptions we have shape reality, and our thoughts and actions as a people construct international relations. So that's all, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Villas. Next presentation will be from Ken Coro. Mr. Coro?
Yes, ma'am. The last one is Marxism, ma'am. So in Marxism, states are in conflicts, or conflicts between states are inevitable, because in Marxism, they view the world as divided into two economic lines, such as the core developed countries and the peripheral developing countries, and that it is and that capitalism that causes these conflicts, and that the solution for this is to eliminate capitalism and replace it with communism, in which resources and resources will be distributed equally among the states.
Is that all, Mr. Coro?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Will you please give the presenters a clapping emoji in our chat box. Thank you for a good presentation. You have really understood and read the handout that I have given to you last time. Now, based on the presentation of Ms. Mariaca on realism and Ms. Vergara on liberalism, what do you think these two theories have in common? And at the same time, how do they differ? Jacob?
So for me, ma'am, both realism and liberalism believe that the states are rational actors
Mm-hmm.
and that the world is in anarchy. The only difference they have is that realism is skeptical when it comes to long-term peace, while liberalists they believe in long-term peace.
Thank you. Would you like to add something, Mr. Coro?
Um, all Jacob said are true, ma'am. That both realism and liberalism are they believe that states are rational actors and the anarchy nature of the world system. They differ in the belief of long-term peace.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Villas, Jacob, emphasize the term states are rational actors. Now, what do we mean by states as rational actors? Ivy?
Okay, ma'am. States as rational actors means that any course of action that is undertaken is driven ultimately to gain power than other member states. Since they are skeptical regarding long-term peace, having more power will ensure their protection from future harm.
Is that all, Ms. Vergara?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Very good. Now, it was also emphasized by Jacob that the state or the world is in anarchy. What do you mean by anarchy? Edmond, are you around? It seems like Edmond is still having technical difficulty. How about Ken? What do you mean by state or the world system is in anarchy?
In anarchy, there is no central authority or government that manages the states in the world system, ma'am.
Correct. Very good. Now, with the belief or on the nature of the interstate system that there is no central form of government, ideally, how would a realist state behave in the interstate system? Aliana?
Yes, ma'am. Realists behave in a way that they wanted to seek more power so that they can protect themselves from any harm or future conflict.
Will you
That is
please give a specific example on what occasions maybe a state may be a rational actors?
so that is, ma'am, through strengthening their own power um, through, for example, we have the Philippines. The Philippines is one of the biggest exporters of banana. With that, um, they the Philippines strictly holds that certain any idea, ma'am?
Yes. Okay. How do you think states will be rational actors? What are the instruments they use in order to strengthen their state's power?
Military, ma'am, military forces.
They will strengthen their military forces. Thank you very much, Miss Aliana. Now, liberalism also believes on that notion, the states as rational actors and the anarchic nature of the interstate system, right?
Yes.
Can I get 2 exclamation point if you agree? Very good. But somehow, liberalism believes in long-term peace, despite the fact that there is no central form of government. They come up of what may seem as remedy. These remedies are, can you please type your answer in our chat box? What were the remedies provided? International organization, yes, by Mr. Villas. What else? Interdependence in economy, thank you, Mr. Edmond. Democracy, correct. So these three are the things or the remedies that liberalism have identified in order to attain long-term peace. Now, how would liberalism suggest to use international organization as a means to prolong or achieve long-term peace? Edmond? Edmond, you're already active on our chat box. Can you hear me? Maybe Edmond is still having difficulty with the microphone or the internet connection. Now, how can, I will just repeat my question, how do liberalism suggest to use international organization in order to attain long-term peace? Ken?
International organizations, ma'am, they provide governing rules or guidelines that states agree and honor. Even there are no central authority, states can still cooperate and then uphold peace.
So that's how liberalism use international organization. Will you please give a specific example, Ken?
For example, a member state in a specific organization, they've agreed that tariffs on goods coming from member states should have 10% discount. So every member state adheres to the agreement, and um, and because of that, there's cooperation, ma'am.
So cooperation will be maintained because of honoring this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Coro. Very well said. How about democracy? How can democracy promote long-term peace? Jacob? Jacob, can you hear me? Jacob may be having technical difficulty. How about Ivy?
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Democracy promotes long-term peace because democratic states are not likely to engage in wars because of what they practice. They practice checks and balances and periodic election that prevent politicians or the officials from pursuing hostile decisions that would not benefit the interest of the citizen.
Thank you, Ms. Vergara. How about the last remedy identified by liberalism? Economic interdependence. How will it promote long-term peace? Aliana?
Yes, ma'am. So economic interdependence promotes peace. It's because that nations, nation states or states wouldn't risk cutting ties with other states, since there are many benefits in terms of economic tariffs, economic in that field, in economic field.
So you're trying to say that states or states in agreement or who are economic interdependent with each other would not sacrifice the benefit that they get from each other by engaging into some conflict. Thank you very much, Ms. Aliana. Now, moving on to the third theory of interstate relation, which is constructivism. Now, how would constructivism ideally behave in the interstate system based on the discussion or the presentation of Mr. Villas? Edmond, are you around? Still no sign of Edmond. Okay, how about Ken?
Yes, ma'am.
How would constructivist state behave in the interstate system?
Constructivist state behave. They are influenced. The states are influenced by its citizens or by its people's ideas, norms, and beliefs, ma'am.
So how would they behave ideally in the interstate system? Would it be like what the realists do?
Um, um, I think
Yes.
they. Um, I had no idea.
Edmond is raising his hand. Thank you, Mr. Coro. Edmond, so how do you think constructivist state behave in the interstate system? You may type your answer, Edmond, if ever you cannot access to a microphone. It might take some time. So while still waiting for the answer of Mr. Edmond, we will hear the idea of Aliana.
Yes, ma'am. The state, for example, the state view North Korea as a threat, so they won't engage that much to North Korea since they view North Korea as a threat, and since they have nuclear weapons in them, so they won't they their perception will shape the reality on how they will interact to that state.
Very good. That's correct, Miss Aliana. How about the answer of Edmond? Can we hear the side of Mr. Edmond? Still no sign of Edmond. Maybe later. How about, okay, it's already here. I will read the comment, the message by Edmond. Unlike liberalism and realism, constructivists do not view other states as a threat because they acknowledge the idea of the people, which is similar to the answer given by Miss Aliana, that the behavior of the state is influenced by how the people of the state perceive certain things. Moving on to our last theory of interstate relation, which is Marxism. How does Marxism view the interstate system in general? Jacob?
So Marxism, it is very dependent on the roles of the states, since we are divided into two economic lines: the core developed countries and the peripheral developing countries. So Marxism emphasizes that core developed countries use to influence poor states according to their preferences. So that's the reason why Marxists dislike free trade agreements such as the Washington Consensus and the practice of protectionism.
Correct. If we are to empathize, we, the Philippines, would adhere to the ideas of Marxism. How would we behave in the interstate system? Ms. Vergara?
So if we would adhere to the idea of Marxism, the state would be in conflict. Conflict is inevitable since Marxism tries to eliminate the income gap or the problem of poverty that uh, that put the developing countries into worst of condition.
Very good. That's a good discussion coming from you guys. Now, let's move on to our new activity entitled Picture Analysis. In this activity, you would just simply try to identify the message that the picture is trying to tell us. Okay? Just a mere analysis. The instruction clear? Can I get 2 exclamation point if the instruction is clear? Thank you very much. Here is the picture. What is the message that the picture is trying to tell us? Edmond, you may write your answer in the chat box. It might take some time from Edmond. How about Ken? What do you think is the message of the picture?
Okay, ma'am. So it seems like the picture is telling us that the Philippines will cut its ties from these international organizations, ma'am.
Philippines will cut its ties. So what will happen to our country, the Philippines, if ever we actually revoke our membership to these different international organizations? Aliana?
Yes, ma'am. With that, the benefits will be now gone, economically and humanitarian aid, any aid from these organizations will now be gone since we will be cutting our ties to these organizations.
So it means to say that our affiliation to these different international organization is deemed significant. Do you agree with me? Can I get three
Yes.
exclamation point? Very good. Now, among the identified theories of interstate relations, which among them do you think the country adheres to? Jacob?
So for me, ma'am, the Philippines adheres to a liberalist to the liberalist theory, because first, our country is a democratic state,
Mhm.
and being a democratic state is the dominant feature of a liberalist. And also, our country is peace loving, meaning we are willing to engage in any means necessary to maintain peace, and that our country honors different governing arrangements that the different international organizations propose, which is to induce peace and cooperation.
Very good. How about Miss Vergara? If you are to share, what do you think the theory the country adheres to?
Okay, just like Jacob, we adhere to liberalism because we have a democratic governance. So the practice of democracy is a dominant feature of being a liberalist.
Very good. And Edmond emphasized the practice of checks and balances of our country adheres to the idea that we may be adhering to liberalism. Now, if you are to choose or if you are to analyze from the identified theories of interstate relations, which among them promotes unity and responsiveness that we, the Philippines, should uphold to? Ken?
Okay, ma'am. So among the theories we've discussed, liberalism is the theory that promotes unity and responsiveness, because liberalism promotes the means of minimizing um, self-interest and the anarchic nature through economic interdependence, on which countries will not sacrifice the benefits of their economic ties uh, from over costly wars, and the um, uh, the uh, rules from international organizations that participating states adheres, that leads to international cooperation and the democracy that liberalist states practice, in which there's checks and balances and elections that prevents politicians from making harmful decisions, ma'am.
Very good. I am really happy that you were able to get a full grasp of our discussion for today. Because of that, we will be moving to our last activity entitled Organize Me. In this activity, you are to create an organization in your community providing the following details: the name, logo, affiliate members, your aims, and the rationale on why you intend to create such organization. Now, you may use this template in order to have a full overview of the organization you want to create. You will be only given 5 minutes to finish or to provide the necessary details. Afterwards, you will be presenting your work. This activity will also serve as my means of assessing your learning of our discussion for today using this scoring rubric. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Now your 5 minutes starts now.
Ma'am,
Yes, Miss Aliana?
can we have the template po?
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
You still have 2 minutes. Finalize the necessary details needed. Okay, are you done? Can I get 3 exclamation point if you're done working on your organization with the logo, the name, and the like? Very good. Now, since we have already exceeded the allotted time for our discussion for today, I will only be presenting, or I will only allow one student to present their work. We may have Jacob.
Morning, everyone. I have here my organization, which is called AGHAT. AGHAT stands for Angugmahan Mga Anakhan Tanawan. So the affiliates or members of this organization are people aged 14 to 25 years old. So I will be reaching out to young people. So its aims objectives to provide self-empowering opportunities that equips young people with skills that inspires them to establish a positive impact in my hometown, which is Tanawan. So the rationale here, or the justification why this organization is needed, young Tanawananons should be empowered in order for them to be contributing members of society. Through this organization, they will be equipped with social management and leadership skills that will unleash their innate love for their hometown, Tanawan, through projects and programs that leaves an impact. So that's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villas. Now, for the others who were not able to present, you may send your organization or the template you have accomplished with the same email I have given you from last time. Okay? Now, do you have questions with our discussion today?
None, ma'am.
And so far, ma'am.
None so far. So your assignment for next meeting is reflected or shown on the screen. And I want you to be able to read extensively about the West Philippine Sea dispute in preparation for a graded recitation tomorrow for a new topic. Is that clear?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Now, if you don't have questions about the assignment or the topic that we discussed today, that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Miss Anne Dominic C. Duque of Leyte Normal University. We're down to the last two contestants for Teaching Pageant Junior Faculty category. But prior to calling the next contestant, I'd like to apologize. Apology is rendered to our next faculty demonstrator for the inadvertent skip of his name at the sequence. It was supposed to have come prior to Miss Duque. But anyway, this must have reasons behind this occurrence. There must be reasons behind this occurrence. So we're going to take it with optimism. All right. So we're calling now our teaching demonstrator from Eastern Samar State University, Canavid campus. We give the floor to Professor Angela James Ladisla.
Okay, hello, good morning. Okay, good morning. Let us pray first.
Manalangin tayo. Panginoon, ika'y aming pinapupurihan at pinasasalamatan. Kami po ay umaharap sa matinding pagsubok sa paglaganap ng karamdaman. Bantayan mo kaming lahat na iyong mga anak na nakikipagsapalaran sa iba't ibang sulok ng mundo. Tanggalin niyo po ang aming mga takot at pangamba. Ganon din lahat ng aming kapamilya at mahal sa buhay. Proteksyonan niyo po kami sa lahat ng aming mga pupuntahan at pinagtatrabahuan at sa aming tahanan. Bigyan niyo po kami ng lakas sa lahat ng aming haharaping suliranin upang magampanan namin ang pumuli namin sa inyo, sa kapwa at sa aming pamilya, sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
Okay, good morning, class. How are you today? I hope hindi kayo labas ng labas sa bahay nyo since we're facing COVID pandemic. So kung maaari, kung lalabas tayo, magsuot ng face mask at laging magsuot ng face shield. Tugaliing maghugas ng kamay. Okay? Ngayon bago tayo dumako, i-check muna natin ang inyong attendance. Okay, para mangyari yon, ang inyong presentasyon ay magsisilbing inyong attendance. And you need to wave sa ating group chat para ma-identify natin kung sino yung present. Okay? Ngayon naman, i-check muna natin ang inyong attendance. I mean, ang inyong takdang aralin. Okay, so you just need to submit it sa akin and I'll check it kung tama ang inyong sagot. Okay? Okay, ako'y nagagala kasi halos lahat kayo ay nakasagot sa ating takdang aralin. Okay, ngayon naman, bago tayo dumako sa ating bagong aralin ngayong araw, meron muna tayong babalikan. Okay, so hindi naman lahat ng bagay masayang balikan.
Pero may mga bagay na dapat binabalik-balikan. Lalo na kung meron tayong kapupulutang aral. Okay? Para malaman natin kung nakinig kayo ng ating nakarang talakayan, meron akong katanungan. Okay? Ang tanong natin ay, magbigay ng naging epekto ng mga patakarang ipinatupad ng mga kanlurahing bansa sa silangan at timog silangang Asya sa panahon ng ikalawang yugto ng imperialismo. Okay, sinong sasagot? Okay, magaling. So balikan natin ulit ang naging sagot ni Maria. Ang sabi ni Maria, Sir, isa sa mga naging epekto ay ang pag-usbong ng industrialismo at ito ay naging resulta ng tunggalian ng mga kanluranin sa isa't isa na naging hamon sa ibayong paghahanap ng mga bagong pagkukunan ng mga hilaw na sangkap. Okay, magaling. So ako'y nagagalak kasi meron pa kayong natatandaan sa ating nakaraang talakayan. Ngayon naman, meron ako sa inyong ipapakitang maikling video presentation. Nais kong pakinggan nyo at makinig kayo ng mabuti kasi meron akong iilang katanungan pagkatapos. Okay?
Lupain ng ginto't bulaklak, pag-ibig na sa kaniyang palad, nag-alay ng kandang-dilag. Ang sa kaniyang yumi at ganda, dayuhan ay nahalina. Bayan ko, pinihag ka, nasaglak sa dusa. Ibon man ay layang lumipad, ulunin mo ang tumiyak. Bayan pa kayang sandal nila, ang di magnasang makaalpas. Pilipinas ko inumutya, ugat ng luha ko dagitan. Aking alina, maginagdal sa bayan pa kayang sakdal dilag, ang di magnasang makaalpas. Pilipinas ko, matiyang at kalawang nagitan. Aking alina, maginagdal sa
Okay? So ngayon naman, meron akong ilang katanungan. Base sa inyong napanood na video, ito ay isang kanta ni Freddy Aguilar, Ang Bayan Ko, na kinanta ni Miss Lea Salonga. Base sa inyong napanood na video, anong nararamdaman nyo o pumasok sa inyong isip nang ito ay inyong marinig? Okay, sinong sasagot? Kaya magbibigay ng kanyang ideya? Okay, magaling. So balikan muli natin ang naging sagot ni Joaquin. Sabi ni Joaquin, isang malaking karangalan ang pagiging isang Pilipino. Nang dahil po sa kanta ni Miss Lea, Naalala ko po ang paghihirap ng ating mga kababayan upang makamta natin ang tinatamasang kalayaan. Kaya iso tama, magaling ang ideya ni Joaquin. Kasi ang video na ito ay nagpapakita na dapat nating mahalin ang ating sariling bayan at maging proud tayo bilang isang Pilipino. Okay? So meron ulit akong mga iilang larawan na gusto kong ipakita sa inyo. Nais kong pagmasdan nyo ng mabuti at magbigay kayo ng inyong ideya. Okay, ayan. Nakikita nyo ba ang ating mga larawan? Okay? So, base sa inyong base sa larawan inyong nakita, ano sa tingin nyo ang ipinapahiwatig nito? Tungkol saan ito? Sinong gustong sumagot o magbigay ng ideya? Okay? So, sabi ni Juan, ipinapahiwatig ng kanta at ng mga larawan ang adhikain ng isang mamamayang makabayan na tayo dapat na maging matulungin at mapagmahal sa kapwa. Okay, magaling. So halata namang si Juan ay isang makabayan talaga at proud na isang Filipino. Okay? So meron itong kinalaman sa ating aralin ngayong araw. Ito ay tungkol sa nasyonalismo sa Pilipinas. Okay? Meron tayong mga layunin para sa aralin ito. Una ay nasusuri ang tunay na kahulugan ng nasyonalismo at maging ang mga salik sa pag-usbong at pag-unlad nito sa Pilipinas sa panahon ng pananakop. Pangalawa ay naipapahayag ang sariling konsepto at kaparaanan sa pagpapakita ng nasyonalismo sa pamamagitan ng mga malikhaing pangkatang gawain. Panghuli, napahahalagahan ang ginampanan at kaparaanan ng mga nangungunang nasyonalistang Pilipino na humingi ng reforma at ng kinalaunan ng kalayaan mula sa mga mananakop. So ang mga layunin ito ay dapat nating matamo sa pagtatapos ng ating aralin. Okay, ngayon naman, meron tayong pangkatang gawain. Kaya ayon sa napagkaisahan ng grupo, papangkatin ko kayo sa 4 na pangkat. Okay, para sa unang pangkat, narito ang inyong gagawin. Ang mga pangunahing salik sa pag-usbong ng nasyonalismo sa panahon ng pananakop. Pangalawang pangkat, ang mga mahalagang ginampanan ng kilusang propaganda sa pagpapaunlad ng nasyonalismong Pilipino. Pangatlo, ang mga mahalagang ginampanan ng katipunan sa pagpapaunlad ng nasyonalismong Pilipino. At ang panghuling pangkat, mga paraan ng pagpapakita ng nasyonalismong Pilipino sa kasalukuyan. Okay? So, bibigyan ko lamang kayo ng 2 minuto para sagutan ang inyong naatasang gawain. At isumitiin ninyo ito sa ating group chat. Okay? So, bibigyan ko lamang kayo ng 2 minuto. Your timer will start now. Okay, so mukhang nauna yung unang pangkat. You still have 1 minute left. Maximize your time. Hindi naman paunahan to. Okay, meron na lang kayong 40 segundo. Okay, so mukhang tapos na lahat. Ako'y nagagala kasi hindi tayo umabot sa takdang oras. Ibig sabihin noon ay nag-aral talaga kayo sa ating aralin ngayong araw. Okay? So, tingnan naman natin ang inyong mga naging sagot. Para sa unang pangkat, ang naatasan nila sa kanilang gawain ay ang mga pangunahing salig sa pag-usbong ng nasyonalismong Pilipino sa panahon ng pananakop. So, nandito ang kanilang naging mga sagot. Una, pag-usbong ng gitnang uri sa lipunan. Tinatawag din sila bilang klase media. Sila ay mga taong naging may kaya dahil sa pag-unlad ng ekonomiya, dala ng mga pagbabago sa agrikultura at komersyo. Sila ang bumubuo sa prinsipalya ng bawat bayan. Pangalawang naging sagot nila ay pagbubukas ng Suez Canal noong 1869. Ang pagbubukas ng Suez Canal sa bansang Egypt noong Nobyembre 1869 ay nagbigay daan sa pakikipagkalakalan ng Espanya at ng Pilipinas ng direkta. Okay? So naging pangatlong sagot nila ay ang paglakas ng mga ilustrado. So sino mga ilustrado? Ang mga ilustrado ang tawag sa mga may kayang tao noong panahon ng mga Espanyol. Noong ika-19 na siglo, ang mga ilustrado ay unti-unting lumalakas ang kanilang impluwensya at nalalaman na nila ang iba't ibang kamalian sa pamumuno ng mga Espanyol. Okay, so magaling. So tamang sagot ng unang pangkat. Pangalawang pangkat naman, ang mga mahalagang ginampanan ng kilusang propaganda sa pagpaunlad ng nasyonalismong Pilipino. So narito ang kanilang naging mga sagot. Kilusang propaganda. Ito ay ang katawagan sa panahon kung saan gumagamit ng paraan ng pagpapakalat o paggawa ng propaganda ang mga Pilipino upang mapagbigay alam ang kanilang damdaming nasyonalismo at ang pagnanais nilang makalaya sa kamay ng mga Espanyol. So narito ang mga layunin ng mga kilusang propaganda. Una, representasyon ng mga Pilipino sa Spanish Cortes. Pangalawa, sekularisasyon ng mga clergy. Pangatlo, pantay na oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino at mga Espanyol para makapagpasok sa serbisyong pamahalaan. Pang-apat naman, abolisyon ng polo-i serbisyo at bandala. Okay, so tama rin ang naging sagot ng pangalawang pangkat. Ngayon, dumako naman tayo sa naging sagot ng pangatlong pangkat. Ang mga mahalagang ginampanan ng katipunan sa pagpapaunlad ng nasyonalismong Pilipino. Narito ang kanilang naging sagot. Katipunan. So ano nga bang ibig sabihin ng KKK ulit? Ito ay kataas-taasan, kagalang-galangan, katipunan ng mga anak ng bayan. Okay, magaling. So ito ay ang mga samahang panghimagsikan na binuo noong Hulyo 7, 1892 sa may Azcaraga Street o ngayon Claro M. Recto Avenue sa may Tondo. Ito ay pinuntahan ni na Judato Arellano, Andres Bonifacio, Valentin Diaz at iba pa. Okay, so narito ang mga layunin ng katipunan. Una ay pagkahiwalay ng Pilipinas sa Espanya. Pangalawa, pagtuturo ng mga magagandang asal at moral. Pangatlo, tulungan ng mga mahihirap at ang mga taong kailangan ng tulong. At panghuli, pagtatag ng isang republika pagkatapos makalaya sa kamay ng mga Espanyol. Okay, magaling. So tama lahat ng inyong mga sagot. Ngayon, pumunta naman tayo sa huling grupo, ang pang-apat na pangkat. Okay, ang natasan sa kanila ay mga paraan ng pagpapakita ng nasyonalismong Pilipino sa kasalukuyan. Okay, ang sagot nila ay igalang ang watawat ng Pilipinas at pahalagaan ng pagiging Pilipino. Tama. Pangalawa, maging isang produktibong mamamayan, maging masipag at gumawa ng produktibong gawain, hindi lamang para sa ating sarili, kundi para sa ating bansa. Okay, pangatlo, tandaan at gunitain ang mga bayani na nagsakripisyo para sa ating bansa. At pang-apat, igalang ang lahat ng tao at pahalagaan ang kani-kanilang tradisyon. Okay? Sunod naman ay panatilihin ang mga kulturang Pilipino. Tumangkilik at suportahan ang sariling mga produkto o patronize our own products. Okay, at panghuli, ipagmamalaki ang mga pagtatagumpay ng mga Pilipino. Okay, so hindi natin talaga maiwasan na pag meron tayong nakikitang achievements ng ibang mga Pilipino na nasa ibang bansa, lagi tayong nagsasabi na proud Filipino. Okay? So tama pala yon. Okay, ngayon naman, bibigyan natin ng marka ang inyong mga naging gawain. Narito ang ating pamantayan, rubrics. So narito ang mga nilalaman ng ating pamantayan. Una ay ipinakita ang pagkakaisa ng pangkat. Pangalawa, sumunod sa mga panutong nakasaad sa activity sheet. And then, pangatlo, nakiisa ang mga miyembro sa pangkat. Ang apat, tahimik na gumawa ang pangkat. At panghuli, na iulat ng wasto ang gawain. Okay, para sa unang pangkat, bibigyan ko sila ng 4 na puntos para sa ipinakita ang pagkakaisa ng pangkat. Gayon din sa pangalawang pangkat, pangatlo at pang-4 na pangkat. Dahil ipinakita talaga nila ang kanilang pagkakaisa para magawa ang kanilang naging sagot. Pangalawa naman, sumunod sa mga panutong nakasaad sa activity sheet. So binigyan ko rin sila ng 4 na puntos. Una hanggang 4 na grupo. Pang-4 naman, tahimik na gumawa ang pangkat. So bibigyan ko rin sila ng 4 na puntos kasi matahimik silang gumawa ng kanilang gawain. At natapos nila ito sa mas maaga sa takdang oras. Kaya't panghuli, naiulat ng wasto ang gawain. Bibigyan ko rin kayong lahat ng 4 na puntos. Okay? Bigyan naman natin ng palakpakan ang inyong mga sarili. Okay, ngayon naman, meron na akong mga ilang katanungan para malaman natin kung meron kayong natutunan sa ating mga naging activity kanina. Okay? So, unang tanong, sa paanong paraan natin makikita ang mga manifestasyon ng nasyonalismo? Okay, sinong gusto magbigay ng kanyang ideya? Okay, magaling. So, balikan natin ang naging sagot ni Joy. So, ang sabi ni Joy, Sir, sa pamamagitan ng pagkakaisa, pagmamahal at pagtangkilik sa sariling produkto, ideya at kultura. Okay, magaling, Joy. So napakagaling ng iyong naging ideya. Pagtangkilik sa sariling produkto, di ba? Bakit kaya pag sinasabi nating produkto, bihira yung mga bumibili sa made in Philippines? Mas gusto nila yung mas mahal. Ay, mas mura. Mali. Mas mura pala. So yung mas mura yung gusto nila. And then, nag-i-expect naman itong mga mamimili na ng magandang quality. Eh, mura naman, di ba? So, tangkilikin na lang natin ang ating sariling produkto. Okay? Maging ang ating ideya at kultura. Okay? Magaling, Joy. So, kailangan natin irespeto ang kani-kanilang mga ideya at kultura. Di ba? So, hindi pwede na sabihin mo yung kultura mo ay applicable sa kultura ng kaklase mo. Hindi ganon. Di ba? Kailangan mo lang akseptahin na meron tayo kanya-kanyang pinaniniwalaan. Okay? Maliwanag ba? Okay, sunod na tanong. Bakit ba naging mahalaga ang ginampanan ng kilusang propaganda at katipunan sa pagpapaunlad ng nasyonalismong Pilipino? Okay, sino gusto magbahagi ng kanyang sagot? Sino nga ba? Okay, ayun. Yun, so may nag-pop up. Si Pedro. So sabi ni Pedro, Sir, ang kilusang propaganda ay panahon kung saan gumagamit ng paraan ng pagpapakalat o paggawa ng propaganda ang mga Pilipino upang magpabigay alam ang kanilang damdaming nasyonalismo at ang pagnanais na makalaya sa kamay ng mga Espanyol. Okay, napakagaling ng inyong sagot, Pedro. Okay, so tamang iyong sagot na ang kilusang propaganda ay panahon kung saan gumagamit ng paraan ng propaganda ang mga Pilipino upang mapagbigay alam ang kanilang damdaming nasyonalismo at ang pagnanais na makalaya sa kamay ng mga Espanyol. Okay, maliwanag ba? Okay, susunod na tanong. Bilang kabuuan, bakit ba lubhang mahalaga ang ginampanan ng mga nangunang nasyonalistang Pilipino tulad nila Jose Rizal, Andres Bonifacio, Gumburza o ang tatlong pare sa pag-usbong at pagpapaunlad ng nasyonalismong Pilipino sa panahon ng pananakop? Okay, sinong gusto magbigay ng kanyang ideya? Okay, yun, nag-pop up ulit. So sabi ni Karen, Sir, lubhang mahalaga ang ginampanan ng mga nasyonalistang Pilipino. Bakit kaya? Sabi ni Karen, dahil sa kanila, nakamtan natin ang ating tinatamasang kapayapaan at kalayaan ngayon. Okay, tama. So magaling, Karen. So napakalaking ambag o malaki ang ginampanan ng mga nasyonalistang Pilipino, di ba? Siguro marahil kung wala pa sila o hindi sila nag-exist before, marahil ay nasa puder pa rin tayo ng mga mananakop. Okay, maliwanag ba? Okay, ngayon naman, meron akong pasasagutan sa inyong activity. Okay, meron ako sa inyong ipapakitang pahayag ni Andres Bonifacio na CP mula sa kanyang tula na pinamagatang Pag-ibig sa Tinubuang Lupa. Okay, para sa mga hindi pa nakabasa nito, if I were you, you can search it on internet. Basahin nyo ng mabuti kasi meron kayong marami kayong mapupulutang aral. Okay? So bibigyan ko lamang kayo ng 2 minuto para magbigay ng ideya tungkol sa tula ni Andres Bonifacio. Okay? Okay, so timer's up. Ngayon naman, meron akong ilang katanungan. Una, bakit ba mahalaga at dakila ang pag-aalay at pagpapamalas ng pagmamahal sa ating inang bayan? Bakit nga ba mahalaga at dakila ang pag-aalay at pagpapamalas ng pagmamahal sa ating inang bayan? Sinong gustong magbigay ng kanyang ideya? Okay, yun. Okay, thank you. So si Juan naman. So sabi ni Juan, Sir, mahalaga na tayo magpamalas ng pagmamahal sa ating sariling bayan dahil dito na ipapakita natin ang ating pagmamahal at pagsuporta sa ating bayan. Okay? So marami tayong paraan na pwedeng gawin para maipakita ang ating pagsuporta sa ating inang bayan. Pagsunod sa mga utos ng mga inaatasan ng gobyerno, di ba? Sa simpleng pagtapon ng basura sa tamang basurahan, isa rin yung pagpapakita na meron kang respeto at pagmamahal sa ating bayan. Okay, maliwanag ba? Okay, so pangalawang tanong. Kaya nyo rin ba mag-alay ng labis na pagpapahalaga at pagmamahal sa ating bayan katulad ng ginawa ng ating mga bayani? Sa simpleng paraan, paano nyo ito ipapamalas? Paano nyo ipapamalas ang inyong pagpapahalaga at pagmamahal sa ating bayan bilang isang mag-aaral at mamamayang Pilipino? So kaya nyo nga ba? Hindi ko naman sinasabi na kaya nyo bang magbuwis ng buhay, di ba? Para maging isang bayani o isang taong makabayan o magmamahal sa kapwa, hindi mo kailangan magbuwis ng buhay, di ba? Kailangan mo lang sumunod, maging mabait, mapagmahal, may respeto, at sumunod sa mga nakaatas na gawain. Okay? So narito ang naging sagot. Sa simpleng pagsunod sa mga patakarang ipinag-uutos ng gobyerno, maging magalang at mapagmahal sa kapwa. Okay? Maraming salamat. So tingin ko naman ay naintindihan ninyo ng mabuti ang ating aralin. Meron pa ba kayong katanungan? Okay, sa tingin ko ay wala naman. Ngayon naman ay magbibigay ako ng maikling pagsusulit. Okay? Narito ang inyong panuto para sa pagsusulit. Isulat ang iyong mga panata bilang isang mag-aaral at mamamayang Pilipino. So narito ang inyong gagawin. Bilang isang leader, paano mo ipapamalas ang inyong adhikaing makabayan upang maisulong ang kaunlaran at maprotektahan ang kalayaan ng Pilipinas? Matapos mo itong sagutan, isumite mo ito sa aking Messenger or Gmail. Or pwede mo rin akong tawagan o isend sa aking cellphone number. Okay? So narito ang aking Facebook. Yan. Makikita nyo sa ating screen. Then nandyan rin ang aking Gmail. Then cellphone number, Globe at Smart. Okay? So pumili na lang kayo kung anong mode of connectivity ang gusto nyong gamitin para maisumite ang inyong ginawang sagot. Okay? So ngayon naman, meron akong takdang aralin. Okay? So narito ang inyong takdang aralin. Gumawa ng isang malikhaing pag-uulat batay sa naatasang paksa o pangkat. Maliban sa mga impormasyon na matatagpuan sa aklat, Maghanap pa ng ibang datos at impormasyon na tutulong sa naatasang paksa. Okay, ang gagawin niyo rito ay hahanapin nyo or dapat nyo alamin ang naging uri ng gobyerno sa mga bansang ito. Okay? So pag nakita nyo kung anong uri ng gobyerno, kailangan nyo itong i-explain sa akin. It can be in a form of poster, a song, tula, ano pa nga ba? Okay? Video presentation. Okay? So kayo nang bahala. Ba? Para pwede rin itong kumanta kayo, magtula, mag-drawing, at kung ano-ano pa. Basta maibahagi nyo lang sa akin ang inyong saloobin. Okay? Okay. Okay, so siguro naman, wala nang katanungan at maliwanag natin na ilahad ang ating paksa ngayong araw. Okay? Okay, thank you. So, wala na, malinaw na. Okay? Kung you have any clarifications regarding our discussion, you can just call me or message me in Messenger, Instagram, call me, mail me. So halos lahat ng mode of communication meron ako. Okay? Okay, thank you. Muli, ako ay nagpapaalala na magsuot ng face mask, iwasan ng paglabas kung wala namang importanteng gagawin, magsuot ng face shield, at stay at home lang palagi. Okay? Ako nga uli ang iyong teacher, Angelo James A. Ladisla, na nagpapaalala na think ASEAN, feel ASEAN. Okay, thank you and God bless. Paalam hanggang sa muli.
Maraming salamat, Professor Angelo James Ladisla ng Eastern Samar State University, Canavid Campus.
Thank you.
All right. We now proceed to our last contestant for Junior Faculty Teaching Pageant. We're bringing you back still from Eastern Samar State University, this time from the main campus. We bring you back Professor Virgilio P. Rapada. Professor Rapada already there?
Ma'am, I can't share screen.
Go ahead, sir. There it is, sir, already.
Okay. Ma'am, can you see my screen already?
Yes, sir. It was there, but now it's gone.
It's gone.
Maybe there is going to be adjustment on your, what do you call that, transition?
Okay, ma'am. Oh, okay, ma'am.
There. Okay, sige, sir.
Could I start, ma'am? A
Go ahead, sir.
challenging but a morning full of hope to each and every one of you. Thank you for coming. Your presence is something that gives me hope, knowing that you're all safe. Aside from that, I also hope that you have mastered the topic that we have discussed last meeting. I want to know if you really are through this activity entitled Pass the Ball. Although there's been some modification in performing this activity, but then because of the pandemic, but then the show must still go on. You have to be ready. So are you ready? Okay. The world is crying and asking for help. A virus on ignorance is raging and is completely covering the entire earth. It could only be beaten with your help. Every correct answer to the question will weaken the virus, which could lead to its defeat. Now, are you ready? Okay, let's start. I'm going to pass this ball to Kate. Kate, what does the ceteris paribus is trying to tell us? Okay, so when the price is high, the demand is low, but when the price is low, the demand is high, so long as the other factor remain constant. Very well said, Kate. And now you have the power to eliminate this virus. Oh my, it did not. Is it mutating? Okay, probably our power is not that enough. May I call in Wilmar? Wilmar, how will you explain this table? Okay, so the table presents the combination of quantity demanded at different prices, that as the price decreases, the demand increases. Well, this time I guess you have the power to eliminate this virus. Could you? Oh my, it did not. It keeps on mutating. Probably the accumulated power is not yet enough. Okay, Sheila, how will you explain this figure? Okay, so the figure tells us the movement of quantity demanded from one point to another. Now, as the price decreases, the demand increases. I really just hope, Sheila, that you could right away eliminate this virus. Oh my, Sheila, you have just brought back the beauty of the earth. Congratulations. Well, for that, I'm going to give you a face shield. Well, most probably, that's the reason why I gave you this one, because you fully mastered the topic that we have discussed last meeting. Okay, this will serve as your extra protection and power as well. Good thing that I was able to save some, because there has been a problem with this face shield. In spite of the fact that the price is stable, there has been an overwhelming demand this time when the government announced that next week, aside from wearing face mask, a face shield is a must. Now, the question is there a possibility that demand will change even if the price is stable? Yes or no? Okay, yes. Now, what do you think is the reason? Okay, so that's what I've been looking for. There are other factors that affect the demand other than the price. And you know what? That is our topic that we're going to discuss this morning. Could you please read? Okay, alongside this topic is the objective. Could you please read? Okay, so it's expected that after the teaching and learning process, you'll be able to explain the non-price determinants of demand. Actually, the non-price determinants of demand could be easily remembered through the acronym PIPATE, in which P stands for the population, E for the expectation, P for the price of substitutes or complements, A for the advertisement, T for the taste and preferences, and I for income. Now, let me share to you the I in PIPATE, which is income. Okay, so when the income increases, the demand increases too. And when the income decreases, the demand decreases too. Now, this time, it's your turn. Now, explain to me how the other determinants affect the demand. Okay, I am not looking for a very perfect answer for this one. Don't you worry, I'm here to help you. Kate, yours is on population. Sheila is for expectation. Eden is for price of substitute or complements. Jeffrey for advertisement. Wilmar for the taste and preferences. Okay, I'll just give you 30 seconds to conceptualize. After 30 seconds, you will share your thoughts. Your 30 seconds starts now. Okay, you can do that. You can do it. Mhm. And it's
Time is up.
over. Okay, this time, Kate, could you please share your answer? Okay, yours is on population. So you mean when the population increases, the demand increases. But when the population decreases, the demand decreases. Very good. Okay, this time it's it's Sheila's turn. Hers is on the expectation. Okay, so what you are trying to tell us is that when you expect that the price will increase next or the following days, the demand of that particular commodity will increase today. And when the price of that particular commodity is expected to decrease in the following days, the demand decreases. Okay. Now, let's move on to Eden. Hers is on the price of the substitute or complements. Okay. So you mean when the price of the commodities that we are used to buy increases, our demand is shifted to our demand is shifted to its substitute, leading for the substitute to increase its demand. And also, when the price of a particular commodity increase, okay, the demand of the complement decreases. Okay. And now let's move on to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, it is on the advertisement. Okay, take it away. So you mean if there is an advertisement of the particular commodity or product, the demand is high. But when there is no advertisement of that particular product, the demand is low. Well said. And now let's proceed to Wilmar. Wilmar, yours is on the taste and preferences. So what you are trying to tell us is that when for the preferred products, the demand is high. But for the not preferred products or for those products that are not of your taste and preferences, the demand is low. Okay, so basically this time you fully understand the concepts of the different non-price determinants. This time, I want you to create or share a concrete example of the non-price determinants that affects the demand. Okay, you may use the one that I have assigned to you. Okay, you may use the current issues that the Asian countries are facing nowadays. Okay, you could send that to my messenger so that I could screenshot your answer so that I could place it in my presentation so that others could know what you have sent. Okay, is that understood? Your time starts now. Okay, you could send that to me if you're finished so that I could place that in my presentation. No need of waiting until the time ends. Okay, so
time is
it's
up.
over. This time, let's view the presentation, the answer of Kate in terms of population. According to Kate, in Indonesia, there has been a greater demand for face masks as compared to Vietnam, for Indonesia has a bigger population as compared to Vietnam. Another is that when there's a still fewer population affected by COVID-19, there is a fewer demand on face masks, but when it increased, there will be a greater demand for it. Magnificent, Kate. I like your answer. How about Sheila? Hers is on expectation. According to Sheila, as the number of COVID patients is getting higher, the government in the Philippines announced that alcohol could help fight the virus, expecting that it its price will increase in the following days, the demand for alcohol at the present increased. Excellent, Sheila. I like it. Okay, how about Eden? Here's his on price of substitute. Due to increase of demand of coffee in Vietnam, the demand for sugar decreased. For sugar and coffee goes together. You can't drink coffee without sugar in it. Oh, nga naman. Great job, Eden. Jeffrey, your turn. And yours is on advertisement. Due to the effective advertisement of McDo in Malaysia, even if it is pandemic due to COVID-19, still the people crave for its delicious burger. Okay, very good. And now the last but not the least, Wilmar. And this time it's on the taste and preferences. Wilmar? In Thailand, though the cloth face mask is deceiving due to its beautiful designs, the majority of the people preferred surgical mask because it is safer to use and not so expensive. So the demand for surgical mask increased. Very well said. That only goes to show that you have fully understood the topic, which is the non-price determinants of demand, which I believe that you are fully equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge that is very useful for the next activity. Now, let me do first my intro, of course. In this world, there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of how, there's a lot of why. But this time, there is only one question you are going to deal with. Is it more or no more? Okay, so I know that you have a knowledge on performing this activity because we've been doing this. So no need for me to tell the mechanics. But let me share you the rubrics for more or no more. 7 if you're absent or you leave the meeting. 8 for wrong answer. 9 right answer. 10 right answer coupled with explanation. Now, the question is, are you all ready? Let's start with Kate. What will happen to the price or increases? Please find out if your answer is correct. I will give you 9. Wait, is it more or no more? Okay, so you have chosen no more. With that, your rating will be retained. Second question. It was learned that aside from alcohol, hand sanitizer is also effective to save our What's your answer? Letter C. Let's see if your answer is correct. I will give you 9. Okay. Is it more or no more? Hey, so if there's more, with that, I could give you 2 lifelines. What will you choose? I can do this or I need you. Okay, so I've chosen I can do this. Let's go back to the question. Now, why letter C, Sheila? Let's see if your answer is the same with what I have prepared. Okay, so it's basically the same because expectation is one of the non-price determinants that affect the demand. The consumer will rush to the market and do the panic buying if there is an expectation of a price increase in the following days, a reason for an increase of its demand for the product. For that, I'll give you 10. Next question. Due to COVID-19 pandemic in Manila, some parts of Asia as well as the whole world, the government implemented program. The reason why many had crop opportunity going on. What will happen to the demand for rice in the province of Eastern Samar? Your answer? Okay, so you answered letter D. Let's see if your answer is correct. lifelines. What will you choose? I can do this or I need you? Will you have chosen I need you? Well, for that, let the randomizer speak who will answer it for you. Okay, Sheila, you help Eden. Okay, Sheila, why letter D? Let's see if your answer is the same with what I have prepared. Of course, the more the people, the more we'll need a particular goods and services, a reason why the demand will increase. Good thing that Sheila was able to answer that. For that, Eden, you still have 10 points. Wilmar. Where's Wilmar? Is Wilmar there? He left the meeting. Okay, for a license, with that, I'll give him 7. Now, for a license card, who will answer question number 4? Your father was promoted from instructor 1 to assistant professor 2 with an income gain. What will happen to his demand with class? What's your answer? Okay, your answer is letter B. Let's see if your answer is correct. Since you're aiming for license card, why letter D? Okay, let's see if your answer is the same with what they have prepared. Okay, so it's basically the same. With a higher income of a person is given a chance to enjoy what he just craved before. His income increased, with that, his demand for the goods and services increases. Okay, so with that, I'll give you a license card. You could use this as a license not to answer my question next meeting when you feel that the question is somewhat difficult to answer. Okay, so that ends the activity for this session. Until next time, for more or no more. Okay, this time your acting prowess will be tested through this fast act, wherein I will be giving you situations and you will react to that situation. But this time, we will use something latest, something that you've been doing all the time in a form of a TikTok. Okay, so that's what I've said. Here are the different situations that you're going to show some reaction. Okay, for Jeffrey, an increased price for coffee. Erin, for a demotion which leads to a decrease in income. Wilmar, a huge number of LSI is finally here in Eastern Samar. For Sheila, a mandatory wearing of face shield will start next week. Okay, now I want you to create a TikTok with this one and then send that to me so that I could place it in my presentation for others to know what you have just sent. Okay, so you will do this in 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes starts now. Okay, since you've been doing this, even if it's not your time, you could send your video, your TikTok, to my account so that I could place that one in my presentation. Enjoy doing TikTok. You don't need to wait until the time ends. If you're finished, you could. We'll just wait until it will say time is up. Okay, so I guess you are now ready with your TikTok presentation. Let the TikTok show begin. Okay, let's have it first from Jeffrey. His situation is an increased price of coffee.
Oh, for sure. The demand for sugar
I
will
like
increase.
it, Jeffrey. Okay, this time, Eden, her situation is a demotion which resulted to a decreased income. Okay, what will be the reaction of Eden for this?
No doubt, the demands for goods and services
Okay,
will
thank you,
decrease.
Eden, for that. And now let's move on to Wilmar. Okay, the situation is a huge number of LSI is finally here in Eastern Samar. What's the reaction of Wilmar?
I am 100% sure that the demand for basic necessities will
I
increase.
like it. This time, the last but not the least, it's Sheila. With her situation, a mandatory wearing face shield will start next week. What will be the reaction of Sheila?
Oh my, I have to rush to the department store right
Okay,
now.
thank you for that presentations. I really just hope that indeed you'll be able to explain the non-price determinants of demand. And now to wrap up, you will fill out this graphic organizer if the demand will increase or decrease using the non-price determinants and its reasons. Okay, let's start. How about if there is high population? Is it increase or decrease? Okay, it's increase. Low population, decrease. Price will increase next week. Increase. Price will decrease next week. Price of the complement decrease. So it's increase. Price of complement increase, decrease. Good advertisement, increase. How about if there are no advertisement? The demand will decrease. Preferred goods, the demand will increase. Not preferred goods, the demand will decrease. How about if you have high income? The demand will increase. Low income, the demand will decrease. With that, I guess you could now explain the non-price determinants of demand. But I could only assure that through a quiz, you may log into Aradman and you may use your student ID number in accessing the Aradman. So, andun lahat yun. Okay. From number 1 to 5, it's all multiple choice type of test. So, you may log in today after our session. And then it's also, the assignment is also there, wherein the same with you will be doing with the quiz. You will log in through your student ID number. Okay. So with that, I could say that you have fully understood the topic that we have discussed. Before saying goodbye, I would like to say your micro effort in fighting COVID-19 could have a macro effect, not only here in the Philippines, but also in ASEAN and even the whole world. Stay safe, everyone. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Professor Virgilio P. Rapada of Eastern Samar State University main campus. That concludes our contest for teaching pageant junior faculty category, and we have no more contestants to call. More or no more? No more. And we're actually very grateful that we're able to undertake this last schedule for the virtual competitions. I guess everyone is excited, just excited about who will be the best of the best that will be declared on awarding ceremony, on awarding time. But prior to that, let me thank all our contestants and their respective coaches on today's competition. And again, it is just appropriate that we recognize our board of judges for being with us today. So we're bringing back Dr. Mari Fedaga, who will do the honors of awarding the certificates of recognition to our board of judges. Dr. Daga.
Okay, we come now to the point of awarding the certificates for the judges. So our first awardee, our first judge is Dr. Grace M. Lodi Concepcion. The certificate reads, ASEAN Vietnam 2020 Certificate of Appreciation is given to Dr. Grace L. Concepcion for her invaluable contribution as member of the panel of judges for the junior faculty teaching pageant held during the 2020 ASEAN Month celebration of the Commission on Higher Education Regional Office 8 in partnership with the Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, PAFTE Region 8 chapter on August 10 to 29, 2020, given on August 22, 2020 at CHED Regional Office 8, Tacloban City. Signed, George M. Colorado, PhD, Session 3, and yours truly, Maripe N. Daga, the chair of PAFTE Region 8. So once again, congratulations to Dr. Grace L. Concepcion. The same certificate is awarded to Dr. Byron S. Barredo, our second judge. And same certificate is also awarded to our chair of the Board of Judges, Dr. Placido F. Bercero. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daga, for awarding the certificates of appreciation to our Board of Judges. Now for the acknowledgements and announcements, we will have the following slides to be presented so that we are guided. All right, there you have it. Our awarding and closing ceremonies will be held on August 28th, that is Friday next week. And we are going to be seeing you there as you look forward to your laurels. So we're going to convey our gratitude to all of you here today, to our Board of Judges, to our contestants and their coaches. This is not the end of the celebration. We still have the closing ceremonies and the awarding of prizes and certificates, which is the highly anticipated part of the entire celebration. Sorry, I was on mute. Okay, there you have it. Our awarding ceremonies will be on August 28th, that is Friday of the coming week. All right, so we'll be seeing each other again, contestants and coaches and our officials during the awarding so that everyone is recognized and deserving contestants are going to be recognized for their win. All right, we wish everyone the best of everything because we understand there must be winners and there must be recipients of consolation prizes. At this point, we are going to request everyone to be on their screen because we are going to have the photo opportunity for our documentation. Can everybody be on screen and then flaunt their best business attire? All right, so we recognize Professor Estolano on screen. We have Professor Rapada, very energetic. We have Sir John from SMAIN, from VIPSU, one of our judges. Okay. Sir Neil is going to give us a cue as to whether the shot is done. Give it your best angle. Give it your best smile. Sir Neil, are we ready?
Okay, ready. Okay na?
Okay.
Meron pa pong hindi pa nagbubukas.
Sige. Hintayin natin yung iba. Maybe we can have one wacky post later.
Sige po.
Para tayong very
Okay,
very
ready.
serious tayo eh.
I think okay na ata. Okay, ready. 1,
Okay.
2, 3. Okay.
Wacky. Charot. Wacky daw. One wacky post. Can it be allowed at Shed? Wacky.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ready. Wacky.
Sandali lang po.
Oh. Sir Leo, nandyan? Hi, Ma'am Jen. Okay.
Okay, ready for Waki. 1, 2, 3.
Wacky na ba yan? Okay. All right. I guess that's it. We're again acknowledging the presence of everyone. We thank you for being here. We continually pray that everyone is safe. We most especially pray for the places right now in Region 8, which are on difficult circumstances like Kapalogan. That's why one of our contestants wasn't able to be here with us. Okay. So Sir Rapada will be expecting for face shields to be delivered to Tacloban. Just joking. All right. Okay. That's it for now. We'll see each other on August 28th. Thank you very much. God bless everyone. Thank you.